There's new research out there, there's new hope, new treatments, every day.
I know that sometimes people can find the right drug or the right drug combination that really can put you into remission. So every day we just hope for that.
Obviously, I would love some miraculous thing to happen, but ultimately I just want more time with my family.
Originally, they just had planned just the standard treatment, which was flat. He thought I would be a great candidate for the new trial that had just started to take place in late 2017, early 2018. It's flat chemotherapy, and then also attached with it an immunotherapy. I was on the successful end of that trial. I'm done with the chemo, I'm done with the immunotherapy. Now I'm just on long-term surveillance.
Being a CDH1 carrier, this doesn't just affect me, it affects the future.
It is called an antibody drug conjugate. It's a very interesting drug.
It kind of looks at the tumor cells and the DNA in it and does percentages. We had regression where it went up to the 15.4% here, and now we're down to 0.8%.
Because it's directed therapy to the Claudin 18.2 receptors that I have 97% for in my stomach.
I think what it did was it took that taboo of trying a secondary immunotherapy with the chemotherapy away. You're seeing now different standards of treatment now that are including an immunotherapy along with the chemotherapy. And in some cases, even seeing an immunotherapy as the first line of treatment.
Every day, there's new research coming down the pipe.
The researchers and the scientists, they're so brilliant.
I definitely want to say that this trial was groundbreaking in the aspect where it did open up kind of the gates for the possibilities of different type of treatments. I felt like I had an opportunity to not just help myself, but to help many others out there.
I'm always hoping that we get a lot more money than we usually get, so we get just a smidgen of the budget.
I want to see easier ways to diagnose earlier.
Gastric cancer doesn't get enough funding. I don't think there's enough research. It's not a cancer that is really heavily focused on, I don't think. I think that's where we need to go, is just throw more money at it so we can help people like me.
We need to keep on pushing and make sure our voices are heard.
We are making history. We're making science with me.
Enhance treatment and diagnosis and lessen the amount of people that are inflicted with this.
Okay, good morning everyone. The video we just watched highlights something incredibly important. That progress that is happening in stomach cancer through research, clinical trials, and the dedication of scientists and physicians working to improve patient outcomes. Over the past few days at the Patient Empowerment Summit, we've heard powerful stories and connected as a community. Today, we turn our attention to what comes next, how research, innovation, and collaboration are helping move the field of gastric cancer forward. My name is Aki Smith, founder of Hope for Stomach Cancer and a caregiver, and it's truly an honor to bring together experts and patients in the same room to have these conversations. Before we begin the morning, I want to thank our sponsors. Please give them a round of applause. We have a new medic with us for the next 2 days. Dan, please stand up so everybody could see you. And our first speaker is someone who has dedicated his career to advancing research and treatment options for gastric cancer patients. Dr. Jeremy Davis is a surgical oncologist who specializes in the care of patients with complex and rare cancers of the digestive tract and other abnormal organs. He performs operations on the stomach, liver, pancreas, and intestines using traditional and minimally invasive techniques. Dr. Davis leads the Pre-Cancer Genetics Lab, which is dedicated to understanding cancer at its earliest stages, even before it fully develops. The lab's research explores the genomic landscape of precancerous cells and their microenvironment, seeking to identify vulnerabilities and unlock strategies for cancer interception and ultimately a future with less cancer. Dr. Davis is internationally recognized as a leader in the management of people with hereditary gastric and breast cancers. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Davis.
down here. Can I use this? Oh. I feel like if I stand up there, I'm going to hit my head on the ceiling. Thanks, Aki, for inviting me. I'll wait for my slides to come up. Oh, there they are, yeah. I thought I hit it, but... Listen, it's great to be here, and I feel like what I benefit from, or I benefit more from these interactions than you guys do. I'm going to try to tell you some stuff, but you guys probably know a lot about what I'm going to tell you anyway, so hopefully it's a lot of repeat. But what I'm hoping today is just to engage in some of the discussion actually that's going to take place, and that's how I learn, where maybe I need to head next, when we're doing research. So I'm at the University of Maryland, which is in Baltimore. So if you're ever in Baltimore and you want to visit, come by. I have no disclosures. So I want to talk a little bit about how we make the transition or the leap from what we do in a laboratory sometimes, discovery, the science kind of side of things, and how we actually get that into patients, okay? And I want to tell you about it because, again, not that you don't understand a lot of it, but I want to touch on a few things that I think are important for us to talk about, especially going into Advocacy Day. So the first part of research is really what I tell our trainees is you have to identify the problem. It sounds kind of simple, right? But you've got to define the problem, okay? It's kind of like the plumber comes out to your house. They got to figure out where the leak is, right? So they got to start by identifying the problem. So for me, one of the problems is why is there an increasing incidence in stomach cancer, right? We've known this now for a few years where the dotted line that you see kind of, ooh, that doesn't really show up there. But anyway, that dotted line shows this kind of transition from, the early 2000s to the late 2000s or where we are now, and that the incidence of stomach cancer is increasing. And interestingly, it's increasing in younger women, and we don't really understand why. This is recent data out of the NCI, but basically, when you look at the average annual percent change in new cases of cancer, it turns out that stomach cancer in women has the highest average annual percent change. So that means that we're seeing more cases of stomach cancer in women. But we don't know the why, and we don't know the how, right? So again, we've identified the problem. Now the next part is how to start to ask questions that get us to an answer. So the next thing that I tell our trainees in the laboratory is you got to develop a good question, right? So those questions that I just mentioned, the why and the how, that's kind of part of it. But here's some examples of questions that I have. So for instance, what are the earliest genomic events in gastric tumorigenesis? What that means is genomic events relates to changes in DNA, RNA, other things inside the cell that make cells do what they do, right? So what are the earliest changes in a cell that makes it want to turn into stomach cancer? And the reason why this is important is because defining the earliest events in the formation of stomach cancer might actually help us detect cancer early, right? Kind of makes sense. Another question that we have, especially in our lab, is can non-invasive biomarkers detect high-risk precancerous lesions? Now, you might say, well, Davis, don't you want to detect cancer? Well, yeah, I want to detect cancer, but what I'd really like to detect is cancer before it kind of gets started or gets out of hand. So a non-invasive biomarker, right, would be like a blood test, right? So something other than an endoscopy or something like that. So again, why is this important? Can we avoid those invasive procedures? And really, where we really want to go with this is, can you enable population-level screening strategies? As you know, in the United States, do we screen for stomach cancer? No, because it's not super common in the United States, but it could have meaning worldwide. The other thing that's really important to me is that there are precancerous lesions in all kinds of body parts, right? The breast, the colon, et cetera. But when we're talking about the stomach, which precancerous stomach lesions will actually progress to cancer? And we'll talk about this a little bit later, maybe, but many patients might have something called atrophic gastritis or intestinal metaplasia, but the truth is only a small fraction of those will actually go on to develop cancer. So if we could know which ones are going to change into cancer, that'd be super helpful, wouldn't it? So this is what I study all the time. These are these stupid little signet ring cells that drive me nuts. These little things, you can't really see it, but they're there. So I just want to review this real quick because I can't help but talk about stomach cancer and talk about my my thing. So, we know that people that have HDGC or hereditary diffuse gastric cancer are recommended to undergo a prophylactic gastrectomy starting early on in life, and especially if we do an endoscopy on somebody with a CDH1 mutation or CTNNA1 mutation, and we find cancer cells, we say, hey, you need to go get your stomach out. And this is what the stomachs look like. So this is what we look at in the lab. It may be hard to see, but the little black lines that are on the purple tissue, which is the stomach, outline all these little cancer cells in the stomach. And we can find dozens and dozens and dozens of these in patients, right? And we also know that these patients have a risk of stomach cancer that ranges from about 10% to maybe upwards of 40%, right, in their lifetime. We just don't know the who. We don't know the when. And we don't know the why. So our research questions are that we think these signet ring cells in patients are precancers and that they're common in patients with CDH1 mutations, but only a fraction of those patients will develop cancer. The problem is we don't know the who, the when, the why. And we know that endoscopic surveillance is labor-intensive, it's invasive, and it's not perfect, and that's why so many people undergo prophylactic gastrectomy. So our research question, this gets back to how I'm trying to kind of tell the story of translating research into intervention, is how do we know, or how can we know if or when any precancer, and in this case, these signet ring cells actually will progress to cancer? That's our question. So how do we start to answer that? So this is where I want to go into a little bit of like the how. This is like sausage, knowing how sausage is made. Did you guys have sausage this morning? Yeah. You don't want to know how it's made, but I'm going to show you how it's made. Okay. I was in Florida and found this seahorse. It was pretty cool. Isn't that awesome? So cute. I put it back, by the way. I put it back. So this is kind of how we did it, and I'm going to walk you through some basic steps. But this is, a diagram. When we did endoscopies at the NIH, we were doing like a gazillion biopsies. You guys have probably heard about this. But the point is that this helped lay the groundwork for our research, okay? So we're doing endoscopies on folks, trying to do surveillance for CDH1. Well, what's the cost of this? What was the cost of this when we started? Well, it was the cost of clinical care. Right? It takes doctors and nurses to do this. We had to collect tissue, collect data, right? And I'm not putting dollar signs on this, but you guys can imagine that this costs some money, right? So then we take some of this stuff into the lab. Sarah here worked in my lab at the NIH. She's now a medical student in Atlanta, right? She did all this work in the lab, super fancy stuff. Well, I have to pay Sarah. We have to pay the cost of processing our tissue. Sequencing means like DNA and RNA sequencing. That costs money. And then how you analyze that data, that's called bioinformatics. That costs some money. So then we move on. We moved on from the discovery phase to really broadening our research. And this is the experimental phase. And this is just a diagram from a paper that we're putting together. But basically, this is a lot of work. This stuff costs a lot of money, okay? A lot of money, more staff salary, more tissue processing costs, more data analytics, okay? I don't even put on here the cost of keeping the lights on, right? Right, of the building that you're in, right? So then what was great is we said, okay, well, we're finally making some discovery. I'm not going to talk about this, maybe later I'll talk about it, but we identified a potential biomarker that's associated with these signet ring cells going from precancer to cancer. It's super exciting. We're all excited. We're doing all this research. We're showing that this biomarker seems to be pretty accurate, but guess what? Now we've spent even more money, more salary, and I'm not even talking my salary. I'm talking about the people actually doing the work in the lab. Okay, so now here we are. We've made some progress, right? We've gone from the thing on the left, which is, well, we have these precancers and we know a little bit about them, And then we know how we know that some of them go to advanced cancer. And so now we got a little bit of information about how that's happening. We've identified a biomarker, but what's it cost us? Well, it took about 7 years of work. And this, by the way, is all preclinical work, right? This is all work in the laboratory. This is not like necessarily a clinical trial. And the cost, I can't even begin to imagine what the cost is. But I think it's important, right? Because I told you that was the challenge, right? How do we identify cancer that's going to develop in people that are already at really high risk? So what's the timeline of all of this? I'll go through this real quickly, but from basic discovery to even the start of clinical trials, a lot of people will estimate this as like 3 to 6 years. I think it's hard to estimate that time. You know, it could take up to 10 years, right? But I showed you my little thing there was like 7 years of work. And obviously this preclinical phase involves validating targets, identifying drugs. Sometimes we use animal models. But you guys have seen this before, I'm sure, that the total time that we estimate from initial discovery in a lab to FDA drug approval can take up to 20 years. Okay, so just keep that in mind. And the factors that impact that time are the complexity of the disease, right? The rarer the disease, the longer the time, right? Because it's not easy to access patients or tissue or whatever. And, you know, the success rate part is important to remember because very few drugs make it from the lab to clinical trials, and very few drugs that enter into clinical trials get FDA approval. And that's not to discourage us. That's just to tell us that, you know, we got to do this over and over and over again, right? Okay, it's like baseball. I like baseball. You know, but guys that get up to bat, right? If they're successful, if they're good hitters in baseball, they only make contact with the ball like maybe 3 times out of 10, right? If you're a 300 hitter, so right, this is us. We fail more than we succeed, but the success is important. I want to talk a little bit about cost, but it's hard to put numbers on things. But the cost of preclinical research, I put question marks because I don't even know where to begin. Okay, the stuff that I did over 7 years at NIH, I don't know. Was that $500,000? Was that $1 million? Was it $2 million? I don't know. I really don't know. But when you get into clinical trials, then we know that costs money. Okay, it can cost up to $1 million or more just to run a phase 1 clinical trial, right? And that's just studying kind of like safety, right? Is this drug safe in humans? Phase 2 clinical trials will cost more. You know, the major cost drivers is just the nuts and bolts of running the clinical trial, right? You have to have people that manage the study, do safety monitoring, data management, you know, the people that actually do the work, okay? Things that can impact cost, though, is recruitment, right? If you're studying a rare disease, you got to study it across multiple centers oftentimes, which that's just going to increase your cost. My own example, and I might talk about this afternoon, is I want to run a chemo prevention trial for hereditary gastric cancer, right? So we have a candidate drug. We want to give it to patients who have CDH1, see if we can prevent those signet ring cells from becoming cancer. We want to use an FDA-approved drug. It's already approved for something else, and we're just going to repurpose it, right? So we already know it's safe. It's effective in another disease. Can we use it in our disease? I proposed a pilot study of about 20 patients, pitched it to my cancer center, and the estimate for the cost of a 20-patient trial, $500,000. $500,000. That doesn't come to me, by the way, right? That runs the study, right? That's the staff and the institutional costs and all that. So where do we get that money, right? The vast majority of us that run clinical trials are looking for NIH grants, right? Federal funding. We might look to pharmaceutical companies, you know, big pharma, or philanthropy. But that's a lot of money, and that's a small trial. So I'm going to end here because I think I've been talking too long. The translation of basic science discovery, right, into any therapeutic intervention just requires 3 things, and I'll let you decide which one's the most important. So first, you have to have a good question, okay? Good scientific question. You need time. I got time. At least I think I have time, you know. I'm relatively young. And then we need funding, right? This is the part, right? And somebody in the video said, funding. Sometimes you have a major problem, you have to throw a lot of money at it, right? And that's what you guys are talking a lot about here the past day or two and tomorrow, is we need funding. So that's it. Thank you so much for your time. It doesn't end. Don't turn me off yet. Don't turn me off. Okay, so now I think you've already met Dr. Michael Gibson. He spoke the other day, right? So we'd like Dr. Gibson to come back up to speak on multimodality care and biomarker-directed treatment in gastric cancer.
I can't help it. Let's see here. All right. Oh, down there. I think I'd know that by now. Well, good morning again, everybody. I think might have been morning yesterday or late morning when we first met. I have, again, first of all, a shorter talk and no Q&A. That's going to be at a panel session later. And again, I want to thank y'all for being here, and Aki and the organizers for the honor of meeting y'all. Summit dinner last night and speaking a little bit. Today's talk is a bit of a blend of yesterday's. You may have recalled when we talked about biomarker or predictive biomarker-based treatments that we add to chemotherapy. I left one of them out. So Claudin manufacturers called me last night. I don't remember who the company is, and said, why'd you put me last? Because you get to be in the exciting what is today, Monday morning group. So we'll talk about that. I'll give just a brief review of the biomarker sort of process we talked about yesterday. But I wanted to start with something a little different, multimodality care. And it's exactly what it sounds like in order to care for a patient with cancer. There's a large team of folks and experts and family and friends and support groups, advocacy groups that are contributing to the well-being and survival of folks that we care for. So I didn't make this, I stole it from Google, but I made this lovely plot just to give you an idea of all of the different team members that are involved in caring for patients with cancer. You will find, of course, that the patient is at the middle, always. And so patient. But you can imagine, since many of you have been through this, it's a lot of expertise, as I mentioned, but the goal here, and we'll go through some of the different subsets of folks, is again, quality, cure, time. That's important, of course, or that's what folks tell me. But also, in addition to being around, so that you can do what you enjoy and spend time with your loved ones, you got to feel pretty good. And that's the hard part, I think, for me. And historically, since I started doing this in 2003, also in Baltimore, I think it's fair to criticize, certainly me all the time, because it keeps me honest, but oncologists and clinicians that we focused a whole lot on time, and cure. And I'm not discounting that. Obviously, that's critical for the patient that's in the middle of the circle. But I learned that that's not everything. I learned because not necessarily it was taught to me as a fellow, but I learned from taking care of patients, feedback. And the paradigm cancer I learned this in is not gastric or esophageal cancer, it's head and neck cancer, which I did a fair amount of when I was a junior oncologist. It's an important location of cancer to talk about supportive care, because you imagine the cancer in the head and neck, It's just important a little farther south in the tube. But the northern tube runs around a lot of important things that can affect, let's see, talking, breathing, eating, teeth, how you look to the outside world. Can't hide something that's happening in the head and neck area. So I realized in that case that what a small part I was of a larger group of folks that are trying to balance the cure and the time to the quality. And I was taught that quality is equally important. So let's see, the first ring in yellow, and by the way, I didn't make this, so I'm not ranking anybody here. If there's, so I think it's, the structure I use is integrative, like a web. This just happens to lay them out in a circular way. But they're the clinicians, of course, surgeons, radiologists, oncologists, internists, radiotherapists, pathologists, et cetera, that are core to the technical components of helping me do my job. I don't do much, as my fellows say. I just kind of sit there and answer questions. I said, well, I'm old. This is what I do now, wisdom. And they're like, yeah, you don't have any wisdom. But you can answer my question, I hope. So that's the kind of thing you might see at a tumor board, for example. When I learn about a patient, I'm the coordinator, so then I go to the tumor board and we talk about treatment for time, treatment for cure. There is not, per se, a tumor board for quality of life or supportive care, other than when the team is deciding what treatment to do, how can we minimize the harm that we cause? And I always think about patients with head and neck cancer, because you've probably heard years ago, if you have a cancer of your voice box, the only way they made it go away back in the day, I made a rhyme, is cutting out the voice box. So then what happens? Well, one of those important things to be human, a voice, goes away. And my mentor, Arlene Forstier, when I was in Baltimore, thought about this, and she managed to come up with a way where you give radiation and chemo, and many people do not have to have their voice box removed. And so they're cured of their cancer but can still talk. And so that gave me the idea of how, as the clinician, I know it's an inner circle. I didn't mean that. Nobody lets me in the inner circle. But it's an inner circle of how we're starting to think, well, the stuff we do to people needs to be up here when we're thinking about our care, as opposed to, well, if we don't have to cut it out, is there another way to do it? If we could do stomach-sparing chemoradiation or something like that, then you can avoid somebody having, no stomach. So with that in mind, I started to learn more about everybody else that's involved. And I don't think necessarily, again, this is an old slide to give you the idea of how the stratification used to be. You see the white circles with the red around them. That is the key group, supportive care group, that's focusing on keeping your voice, keeping your stomach, making your swallowing work, maintaining your weight, maintaining your muscle mass, maintaining your mental health, your outlook, your spiritual care. And in this diagram, it's sort of shown as a separate thing, but as I've moved through my career, I realized that it's not a separate thing. It's actually a big web, I suppose. And so I can see, I told you that my fellows say I'm a little older, so I just answer questions all day long, but I do have the perspective of seeing how this has changed over time. So the bottom line is old oncologists can learn new tricks, and these tricks I learned from taking care of my patients. So listening is something that I need to continue to remind myself to do, because now every patient I, quote unquote, it's not I, see, sees, we have all right, I'm going to see if you guys know your science fiction here. We have a clinic called SPOC, Supportive and Palliative Oncology Clinic, all the web. So every patient that sees me new gets to see the SPOC, maybe Kirk, I don't know. Actually, it would probably be, I don't remember the doctor's name in Star Trek all of a sudden. McCoy, just say, damn it, Jim, I'm a doctor. But so we start off with both SPOC, and I didn't come up with that, I wish I did, and clinical intervention, and we, from scratch, work together. And that's just, it's important for function and mental health, but we also know, don't ask me to quote the studies, that folks that have supportive care from the start do better, live longer, have a higher cure rate. So you can see the evidence shows that it's more than just the folks in the, I guess that's orange or yellow. So just a brief overview of the critical importance of a web of people working together, clinicians, let me take that back, oncologic care providers. See, here I am trying to split, and I can't, everybody's equal, to focus around the circle and right back to the bullseye there, which is patient care. So multimodality care. I'd remind myself of that every day, and it's humbling. All right, so back to biomarkers. Is it true I really have 9 minutes and 45 seconds? I better slow down. So I'm taking over one summary slide. Gosh, I forgot this slide. Here's my summary of multimodality care. You see my Zen balance. This is like something you'd see like up at the Everest Base Camp. I saw this thing balancing. So you want to maximize both ends of the seesaw, right? Quality, quantity, et cetera. So the job is to improve survival and quality of life by reducing functional deficits, organ preservation in the case of this group, tailoring therapy to the patient. How about that? Predictive biomarkers. That's a segue. By an integrated team approach spanning across the circle in a collaborative way. So let's go back to tailoring therapy to the patient. Predictive biomarkers. Yesterday we talked about HER2 and, oh gosh, immunotherapy, PD-L1 score. Today I'm going to talk about, I told the folks that, told the poor Claudin markers that they weren't in order of importance, but we'll talk about Claudin today. But a brief summary of yesterday just to, sort of set the stage for this third marker. Predictive biomarkers, their job is to help us maximize the effect of a drug on an individual human patient. So the example here is you see a whole bunch of people on the left. I think they're like aqua, green, blue, I don't know, red or something. And let's say I have a treatment X, and I give it to everybody. You know it's only going to work on, unfortunately, on a fraction of those entire patient population, which means, let's say if it works in 20% of the patients, then that's great. 20% of that group has benefit, but the rest of the patients you gave something that isn't helping them. Could hurt them too. Don't forget about risk benefit, quality, quantity, risk, benefit. So is there a way that we can pick out those 20% of patients and give therapy that's appropriate just to the people that will respond to it? And that's how we use predictive biomarkers. Let's say the biomarker I'm using is blue cartoon human, and they're overexpressing a marker called HER2. If I take all those blue people out and then I mix them and mash them into categories, imagine that each of those categories on the right has a different predictive biomarker, HER2, CPS, PD-L1, et cetera, et cetera. Then you're becoming more efficient, but you're also reducing harm to folks that wouldn't benefit from the therapy. So the example that we talked about yesterday is HER2. It's human epidermal growth factor receptor 2. It's a predictive biomarker, and it's going to be those, did I say green patients? I can't remember now, but SPOC, maybe I should Martian patients, but it's 23% of that group I showed you on the left have this marker. And if they have it, HER2 is the name of the marker on their surface, then they will respond to or gain benefit from adding Herceptin to their chemotherapy. And so it looks something like this visually. Let's say we have a normal cell on the left. Normal cells have this HER2 running around. It does normal things. But in the case of a cancer cell, it's co-opted this HER2 to do cancer stuff. And so there's more of these markers on the surface of the cell. So if my drug is sticking to that surface protein and you need a lot of drug to the cell, well, clearly you want the cell you're targeting to be the one on the right because more drug gloms onto the cell. So that's how I think about predictive biomarkers. It's something about the cancer cell that allows a therapy to work specifically for that cancer cell versus another one. And HER2 I bring up because it's been around since, well, it started in breast cancer and we borrowed it, but there was a trial, what was TOGA trials 2010. We've been working on HER2 since 2010. So that's an example of how a protein on the surface of a cancer cell can predict response to a treatment that goes after that protein. So that's predictive biomarker. You might wonder how we figure out what these biomarkers are. Well, we invest a lot of money in basic science research to create these and to discover them. But when you see a patient, you have to figure out whether the cell has the biomarker or not, because if you can't stratify a whole group of people based on subsets having a biomarker, then how are you going to pick the ones to get the targeted therapy? But we use a test here called immunohistochemistry. This is an example of slices of tumor cells, and the blue dots, I think, are the nuclei, and they've got a stain, a dye that sticks to the HER2 protein on the outside of the cell. So the more dye you have, bottom right, D, the more of those proteins you have on the surface of your cell. So if you have a drug that goes after those HER2 proteins, you want to take the patient who has lots of brown staining in their cell. The pathologists, we were talking about multimodality care. Much respect to the pathologists because they do the slicing and dicing and the staining, and they tell me what the score is on these amount of dye that this tumor exhibits. So, they're pretty critical in making these decisions about whether somebody can or can't get a therapy. So let's talk about biomarker-directed therapy. Yesterday we said we're blessed with a lot of biomarkers, predictive biomarkers in esophagogastric adenocarcinoma. It's been amazing. They've all come up since I started training. And this is an example of some of them. Some of them didn't pan out, like FGFR2 beta. Others did, immunotherapy, HER2, and Claudin. And we'll talk about the Claudin at this point for the last, see, Gibson, you got to it in the last 3 minutes. Claudin 18.2. So this is another predictive biomarker. When you add it to chemotherapy, which is usually the backbone, as well as in the case of this trial, immunotherapy at the same time, the question is, does it work better? So combinations of biomarkers with chemotherapy trying to improve outcomes for patients. And the one we're talking about today is Claudin. Claudin is pretty interesting because as far as I know, it doesn't, it's not integrative to the cancer being a cancer cell. It's actually just stuck on the surface of the cells in the stomach and the esophagus to hold them together. So it's called an intracellular adhesion molecule. So normally, when you don't have a cancer, it's hiding, like in the tight gaps. And so you give a drug like zolbetuximab, it can't get there because it's tightly. But when the cancer cells become cancer cells, they're disorganized, they come apart, and then those surface claudins are available for your drug to bind. So you have to measure claudin expression, just like on the immunohistochemistry we did for HER2. And if you have that, then what you can do is add it to chemotherapy. So the Illustro trial is the first smaller study where they gave chemo plus Zolbi, that's the drug against Claudin, plus nivolumab, which is the checkpoint inhibitor. They gave the Zolbi with chemo because of two trials, GLOW and Spotlight. Patients got either chemo if they had this marker, which is around 50-60%. They got the drug Zolbi, and they did better. We talked about these curves yesterday. The control arm without the Zolbi would be the blue. When you add the zolbetuximab to the patients that express Claudin, it pushes the curve up into the red. And we like curves going up in my world. So the next question was, what if you add immunotherapy to that? So there's a small trial. We had talked about phase 2 studies. This is called a phase 2 study. It does not have a control arm. It's just Zolbi, which is Claudin, plus immunotherapy plus chemo. And we say it looks good compared to historical controls. There's no blue line here, so no patient got a placebo. But compared to what we know from similar trials without zolbituximab, this looked good. It looks so good that the company decided to spend probably $100 million or something like that to do a trial, which is about to start. So the proof of principle on what we call a phase 2 study is that when you add zolbituximab to the standard of care, chemoimmunotherapy, it looks like it's better. It looks good enough better that a company is willing to invest a lot of money to do this, which is called the Lucerna trial. So the next step after it looks promising is to do a randomized study with the comparison. So Lucerna will be a 2-arm study. The control arm is chemoimmunotherapy. And then and it's in patients who have the Claudin, which is about 60%. So one arm will be chemoimmunotherapy Claudin, and the other will be chemoimmunotherapy. And once they accrue, sorry about that, guys. That's not what I wanted to show you. Once, I missed a slide here. Well, I described it to you. Once they accrue over money and time, I guess. So this trial probably takes 5 years, $100 million. And hopefully what we'll see is the red line is a lot higher than the blue line. If that's the case, we have another drug in our armamentarium based on a predictive biomarker. So we keep adding, right? We had HER2, which is Herceptin. I know I'm over. We had immunotherapy based on something called the CPS score. Hopefully we'll have zolbituximab based on Claudin. And we keep iterating, and we keep those curves going up. It's painfully slow, and we're trying to make clinical research faster, but this is where we are. As I finish up, I just wanted to point out the word hope for stomach cancer. Hope, 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 hope. Always have it. And try to remember in closing that I'm learning, as I did with multimodality care, from my patients. So we have an equal relationship where we're learning from each other. And I think that's been the best way that I can also be good at what I do. So thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to see what it was like to stand up here. Okay, thank you, Dr. Gibson. Next, I'd like to introduce, and I'm so sorry I didn't meet you guys ahead of time, Kelly, I'm going to say Mellott. Is it Mellott? Mellott. And George Laliotis, who will be sharing their insights on why clinical trial participation matters so much and how to access clinical trials. Great, there's the slide. So Kelly Mellott leads the oncology patient engagement team at Natera and is a hereditary young breast cancer survivor. She brings nearly 20 years of experience in healthcare marketing, communications, and patient advocacy with a focus on elevating the voices of cancer patients and survivors. Kelly is a passionate healthcare strategist with a career rooted in diagnostics marketing, health education, and patient empowerment. And then Dr. George Laliotis is a board-certified physician scientist and the Associate Director of GI Oncology Lifecycle Management at Natera. He earned his MD and Ph.D. from the University of Crete in Greece and an MDA from Johns Hopkins following medical training in internal medicine. At Natera, he focuses on the clinical development, evidence generation, and trial design of circulating tumor DNA-guided therapies, specifically driving the adoption of liquid biopsy and molecular residual disease testing in gastrointestinal tumors. Please welcome Kelly and Dr. Laliotis to the stage.
You're going to stand down there? Yep. Okay. All right. Okay. I had to bring my notes up because, as mentioned, I am a breast cancer survivor, so chemo brain, as I'm sure many of you can commiserate with. So as said, I'm Kelly Mellott. I lead the patient engagement and advocacy team at Natera. I'm really grateful to be here today and get some time with this community. So thank you for having me. So before we get started, I just wanted to acknowledge something that's really important. Everything that we've been talking about here today, yesterday, all of these advances in cancer care exist because the patients before us have chosen to participate in research and clinical trials. So their willingness to help move science forward has changed what is possible for patients like us today. So our goal this morning is really simple, and that's to make clinical trials feel less mysterious and a little bit more understandable and accessible. Okay, is it the green button? Okay, so we're here to talk about clinical trial participation, why it matters, and how to access them. George, do you want to introduce yourself a little bit?
Yeah, let's save some time, so thanks, Kelly.
Okay. All right, so today we are going to cover what clinical trials actually are, why they matter in cancer care, how patients can look for clinical trials, and logistics around actually accessing them. And then my colleague George here will discuss some of the newest developments specifically in gastric cancer trials and what they mean for patients. Okay. All right. So every treatment that is used in cancer care today, chemo, immunotherapy, targeted therapies, all started via clinical trials. So clinical trials are how doctors and researchers answer important questions like, can this treatment work better? Can we combine treatments in a smarter way? And can we identify what patients will benefit the most? So for patients, clinical trials can sometimes provide access to new therapies years before they become more widely available. They also allow researchers to learn what options work best for future patients so that they have better options. Clinical trials are really about expanding possibilities, both for the patient participating and for future patients who come after us. Some common myths about clinical trials. Many patients have concerns or misconceptions about participating in clinical trials, which can be completely understandable. Some common myths that we hear, patients can be skeptical about, I might not get any treatment. People can think that they'll get a placebo. Clinical trials are only for people who have run out of any other option. Clinical trials are dangerous. Or I'm going to be treated like a guinea pig. But the truth is very different, actually. Clinical trials are actually comparing usually a standard treatment versus a standard treatment plus a new therapy. So clinical trials exist at many different stages of cancer care, and not just when every option has already been exhausted. So you could find a trial for something in early stage. You could also find trials for things that are in survivorship care. So it's important to know that clinical trials operate under very strict standard safety oversights and ethical protections. So you're not going to be treated like a guinea pig. In fact, participants are often monitored even more closely than in standard care. You're going to have a lot of check-ins. Some of the benefits of participating in a clinical trial. Patients who choose to participate in clinical trials do so for many reasons, like you can have access to new therapies even earlier. Some people appreciate being treated by teams that are very deeply involved in research. Clinical trial participants also often receive more frequent monitoring and follow-up, like I just mentioned, so that can help provide just additional reassurance. And for many patients, there's also a sense of purpose, just knowing that you're contributing to the future of cancer research and to the treatment that may come for the patients that come after you. And that sense of contribution can be something that, patients really feel like can help to contribute to the future. And we hear about that a lot from patients, that it really means a lot to them. So how can you find clinical trials that you can actually participate in? We know that that could be one of the biggest challenges, is simply knowing where to start when you're actually looking. So some of the best places to begin, number one, is your own oncologist or your cancer center. Many hospitals run multi-center trials, so start there with talking to your own doctor. There's also clinicaltrials.gov. This is the largest public database of all of the trials that are going on in the U.S. So that's a good place to begin your search. And we'll go over how you can actually look through clinicaltrials.gov in a minute here. There's also great patient advocacy organizations. Of course, you guys are here with Hope for Stomach Cancer. There's also Fight CRC that has some GI trial information, and some of the other CRC organizations have GI trial information on their website, so you can check those out. There's also trial matching services. So there are different tools out there online that will help patients based on their different diagnosis and different biomarkers that you have. Okay, so this is clinicaltrials.gov, and it can look a little bit intimidating at first, but it can be a very useful tool. So you can actually search on here by cancer type, stage, location, treatment type, so chemo, immunotherapy. But it's important to point out that the goal here is not for you as the patient to figure everything out on your own. Really, the most useful part of this is to help identify something that might look interesting and take that into your doctor to talk about. And they can help you discuss whether or not that really is appropriate for you. So think of it more so as a starting point for the conversation, and not something that you need to navigate all on your own. So use it to search and find things that you think might be appropriate, make a list, bring them into your doctor, and discuss it that way. Do you have anything you want to add to the slide?
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. So, is this working or not? Yeah, so one additional thing is that you see, for example, you can have the download button. So basically, you can have a complete list. You can just discuss with your oncologist. And also what is super, super helpful, you see there we highlight the study status. So you can use it both as an education aspect, because you can see, you can select those that they have been completed. So you can see what data they have been in the past, what type of patient population, what are the side effects, what are actually the local cancer centers that supported that type of trial. So one aspect is education. And also you see what is like recruiting, what is open, what are the eligibility criteria for someone right now going through the journey of gastric cancer in general for patients with cancer. So this can be, as Kelly said, maybe complex, but I think, all of you have social media, just see it like as another tool to navigate through like a couple of click things. So this is one of the most powerful studies and most powerful places to collect data for clinical trials. It has to be always up to date. That's one of the requirements for, regulatory, for safety. So rest assured that whatever it's there, it's regularly being updated. So it's not something that's, off for a couple of months. So you will always have information to guide your care.
Okay, so some important questions to ask your doctor as you're getting started. So start off with, are there any clinical trials that might be appropriate for me? That's a good basic place to start. What stage of treatment would a trial fit into my care? Like I said before, don't be thinking that these trials are only appropriate if you feel like you've run out of options. There are trials to start at the beginning all the way through survivorship. There are even trials that look at things like nutrition and diet, exercise, mental health. There are all kinds of things. So please make sure to check those out. What are the potential benefits and risks? So if you are concerned about, adding something new, talk through what some of those risks and benefits might be. Would I need to travel or change doctors? I know sometimes that can be a big concern. Me and my oncologist are bonded for life, so I know sometimes it can feel really weird to talk to your doctor about going to see another doctor, like you're cheating on them. They don't think of it that way. This is a very normal thing. This is a very normal conversation. Your doctor, just like asking for a second opinion, a good doctor is never going to be offended by such a thing. They should, in fact, really be part of the conversation and helping you with this. And when it comes to having to travel and logistics around getting to a clinical trial, we'll talk to you about how you can look for some resources there too. And how might this affect my current treatment plan? This may change what's going on with your current treatment plan, so it's important to have that discussion ahead of time. Okay, I'm going to switch with you.
I know Dr. Gibson also yesterday and many other colleagues actually showed the value of clinical trials and how since the early 2000s till this day we're fortunate enough to have so many good drugs actually giving hope to patients with gastric cancer. So the figure on the right, I'm not going to go through, it's just to show the plethora of different trials that they have been successful enough to grant FDA approval for drugs and give hope and options for patients with gastric cancer. So you can take picture, you can take a look at this trial in detail. So the point is, as we said, the last 10 years, there's a lot of new targets and new drugs that have been approved. More targets are actually under clinical trials, phase 2 and phase 3 now, including immunotherapy, targeted agents, precision medicine, biomarkers that can guide care, and also new monitoring approaches. So yesterday, for those of you who were here, Dr. Weinberg from Georgetown gave an amazing talk about the value of ctDNA testing in gastric cancer. So I would like us to go, so Dr. Gibson, Dr. Davis gave a very good talk about the drug targets and about the preclinical research and the guidance for biomarker. We would like to give on what the clinical trials can what else they can achieve, basically. They can be also based on a ctDNA biomarker like Signatera. Many of those that you are here in the room, maybe you are familiar with some of those data. So we've shown that in several papers in gastric cancer that basically ctDNA status after surgery, if you are positive after surgery, it means that unfortunately that you have a higher risk, around 15 times compared to someone that is negative, to actually progress during your treatment. So someone can understand that if you are ctDNA positive and you have higher risk, you actually need some additional therapy, not your traditional therapy that you may get on the one hand. And on the other hand, if you are ctDNA negative, maybe you have opportunities to reduce the cytotoxic chemotherapy, opportunities to receive less care because you have lower risk. This doesn't mean that basically you will get less what you're supposed to get, but maybe you don't have such a high risk in order to get unnecessary toxicities. So having said all that, going to the next slide, this is, for example, an example of a clinical trial that our team has been working for several months now. A team of 5 oncologists and physicians and more than 50 specialists in the country. So, for example, we have patients that they will complete their surgery. After, they will get neoadjuvant chemotherapy and surgery, and based on a ctDNA status, you see on the upper part of the screen, if you're ctDNA negative, so based on the data that we know from several thousand patients, you have lower risk of return. So the patients are going to be randomized to actually get standard of care, immunotherapy plus chemotherapy, compared to immunotherapy alone. Actually, many of you in this room, you have received FLOT chemotherapy. You know how toxic it can be, the neuropathies, all the horrible side effects that it can have. So this trial is going to investigate whether, given that you are ctDNA negative and you have lower risk for progression, just keeping on immunotherapy, that is a new type of drug that is working very well, is way better to tolerate compared to chemotherapy, can actually have equal performance and actual survival in the patients. And on the contrary, if you're ctDNA negative, and based on data that we have consistently, we show that ctDNA positivity post-surgery means higher risk for progression. We have a collaboration now with 3 major pharma partners to give access to patients to get novel agents or agents that you actually get when you have metastatic disease way earlier in the adjuvant setting. Basically, wait straight after surgery and give you actually access, hope, and way better outcomes. So this is something that we're planning to launch on around October. As of now, we're going through the tedious process of safety and regulatory, but that's the important thing. Why I'm saying all this? Because I want to give you the actual aspect, not only what pharma is doing, what other options someone can have, and how important, because this, in 5 years, hopefully when we have results, this will really change the standard of care of how patients are being treated, to really identify those that they need additional therapy, and really, on the other hand, identify those that they do not need the complete, toxic chemotherapy that may get as a standard of care as of now. Can go to the next slide. So this is what Kelly mentioned. I can go very, very quickly. So maybe you can take pictures of this. So unfortunately or fortunately, many of the clinical trials have been run sometimes in, academic centers, very centralized. So many of the patients in the local communities may not have access to many, of those centers. But, so many times you have to travel, you have to stay in a hotel. So these are some of the travel and lodging support services that are out there and is available for everyone. Many times, some of them are tedious to have access. They need some forms, some applications, but all of them are accessible to patients. And on the contrary, not only if you have to travel, if you have to be local, there are also support for transplantation programs. For example, someone with some issues to freely move or need like a taxi or like a transportation, what programs are out there for the patient. So these are very, very important resources on how to bridge the patient life and how the burden in the families that they have and how to really have access to clinical care. Okay, and that's a summary for today. Basically, clinical trials, maybe sometimes on the lecture that you'll hear today, they're, appear to be very expensive, but they really, really help provide access to patients, develop better treatments, establish the safety and the standard of care for new treatments. Participation for patients is always optional and always your choice. You can consent to come in and you can consent and you withdraw your consent at any time. If someone feels, I'm done, I want to go back, I want to do standard of care, whatever I was getting before, is always your choice. Many physicians that actually offer clinical trials, they're real experts. They really have participated in many trials. They really know what you're doing. So many times you will get not only the standard of care, better options and very specialized care. And actually, we hope with this talk we try actually to show that the clinical trials are not a myth, is not a risk, is basically as a standard part of your cancer journey. And with this, we'd like to help you, and thank you for your attention today.
Okay, boys and girls. Is everybody doing okay? Thank you, Kelly and Dr. Laliotis. Our next speaker this morning is Will Harris. I went to med school with a guy named Will Harris. I don't think it's the same guy. He will be talking with us about understanding CMS quality standards and their role in delivering care for patients with rare and complex cancer, which stomach cancer is. Will is the acting Deputy Director for the Center for Clinical Standards and Quality at the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. He's a career civil servant who's worked at the agency since 2015. Prior to this, Will worked in the Office of the Administrator as a senior advisor, helping to coordinate work on pandemic and emergency responses and the agency's oversight priorities at CCSQ and Center for Program Integrity, among other cross-cutting initiatives. Will is not able to be here in person today. However, we are fortunate to have him join us live via Zoom. I hope it is working.
Hi, can you guys hear and see me okay? Am I here?
Will, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Did you say yes? Up if you
Yes.
said yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Okay, sorry, I was having trouble with the here in the room there. Thank you for having me here today, for the invitation and for letting me be part of this really impactful day. I'm excited to be here with you guys. As you just said, my name is Will Harris. I'm the Acting Deputy Center Director here at the Center for Clinical Standards and Quality at the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services. I'm happy to talk to you here today, but more importantly, happy to be here to listen. Hearing from patients and hearing from people who are and active in the fields that we work in is such an important part of our job. We want to make sure that we are never a black box that just gets spoken into, but really that we are listening to people who are part of the community that we regulate, and also people, beneficiaries of our programs, to make sure that we're hearing about the lived experience that you have and making that part of our policymaking. That's a real goal that we have and set for ourselves, that we put metrics around, and that we really make a bedrock of our success here at CCSQ. So I want you to, from me, that this kind of thing is very important to us, and hearing from people like you is so critical in the work that we do. And frankly, just personally, it's also very inspiring to me. It is one of the things that helps keep me and many of my colleagues going, and being proud of being a career civil servant here at CMS is knowing the direct impact that we have on our beneficiaries and on all patients. So that's something that really drives all of us and is at the core of a lot of our work. I'm sure all of you know a little bit about what CMS is. Medicare is something that obviously many people are very familiar with, but just to give you a broad overview, CMS runs Medicare. We are the federal coordinator for Medicaid, which is run as a partnership between the federal government and the states, and also runs the Affordable Care Act marketplaces. What a lot of people then don't know about CMS is my part of it, or the part that I'm engaged with, called CCSQ, is engaged in a few different efforts that are really kind of at the foundation of American healthcare. We set health and safety standards for 17 different provider types, including hospitals, nursing homes, inpatient psychiatric facilities, in many different care settings. We set what are called either the conditions of participation or conditions for coverage that are the baseline health and safety standards that apply in those care settings. Those are things like everything from what kind of fire and life safety code compliance has to occur in a meeting, all the way to what kind of infection control standards need to be present in a care setting. Anything that you can think of that has where the federal government's for health and safety. The reason they're called conditions of participation or conditions for coverage is because they hinge on whether that provider can participate or be covered by Medicare. So we administer this law program that is, essentially a giant insurance company that provides health insurance to millions of Americans, and in return for that kind of coverage and benefiting from our payments from that, we expect providers are going to meet those health and safety standards. And that tends to be a pretty compelling way to make sure that those health and safety standards are followed and complied with across the nation. And at the heart of all of that is patient safety and patient protections. That's what keeps us all motivates the bedrock for making sure that those requirements are in place. For those requirements to exist, there has to be an inextricable nexus to patient health and safety. That's why those kind of rules exist. So that's a very important job for us. Measures, things that can affect payment for providers through either reporting or results. So some of those programs give a bonus payment or hold back payment depending on whether you report on certain metrics, and others on how well you do on those metrics. Those inpatient readmissions. We want hospitals to avoid avoidable readmissions. So if that's happening too frequently, that'll be reflected in the quality measures. Things like nosocomial infections that you receive that you might catch while you're in a hospital, that are the results of failures of infection control and prevention policies. Those are the kind of things that we measure with the quality measures and hold providers accountable for their performance and for reporting, so that we can make that information public to be used by people like you who are consumers of that system and rely on it. The other thing that's really important that'll maybe be one of the most applicable to the conversation here today is we have a team that works through and provides determinations and decisions of what's covered by Medicare. So there are two parts of Medicare: coverage and payment. For something to be covered, it has to fit within a defined benefit category, something that Congress has told us that we can cover in Medicare. And then tells us that it has to be reasonable and necessary for the treatment or diagnosis of a injury, illness, or malformed body member in the Medicare population. And whether something fits into that definition is the job of one of the groups at CCSQ. That if it is then covered, then it goes over to our friends at the Center for Medicare, who work on how that product or service is paid for. So that's the basic layout of how that structure works. It was very, very interesting conversation that I got to hear right before this on clinical trials. We have a national coverage decision on clinical trials that lays out guidelines on how and what is covered in trials. Medicare and Medicaid can pay for parts of trials, especially in cancer trials. There's just an incredible amount of information that on the CMS website about how both of those work, and on the NCD, the National Coverage Decision, that lays out what can be paid for as part of a trial. But when it comes to cancer trials, that's something, obviously, a responsibility that we take really seriously, something we think about a lot. And frankly, strategic initiatives of this year and that we worked on last year, moving into this year at CCSQ, one of the things that we are working to do is to recognize the incredible speed and the incredible advancements that are being made in medicine and science, and make sure that we're keeping up. We want to make sure that the innovation that brings a lot of hope to people is that we're keeping up with that we are making sure that we take that into consideration in the programs that we manage. And I can't tell you how many just incredible conversations I get to in this field, and doing really incredible, again, things in science and medicine that give me a lot of hope for the future. And I think that's something that I've been really happy about getting to do as I've gotten into this role, and continue to make a priority of ours, is making sure that we are recognizing the innovation that's going on. We want to engage with people in that space early. So the message that I give to manufacturers and test developers and anyone who asks me for advice on what to do, talk to CMS early. We're here to talk to people. Again, this is another situation where I don't want us to be a black box. We want to be able to give advice to people who are looking to be covered, to have a treatment or service or device covered by Medicare every day. And again, just to bring it back to the beginning, the reason we work on that so hard and the reason we think about it every day is because we know the end result of that is the patients who are looking forward to those new treatments, services, devices, who are given hope by them. So that's something that's always on our mind. That's a general overview of what CMS is, what we're working on, and what kind of priorities we have at CCSQ. I think I'm just as happy to make sure this is a conversation and hear from all of you, hear from others who are there, and answer any questions that folks have. So thank you again for having me here today.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Will, for helping clarify how CMS quality standards support high-quality care for patients navigating rare and complex cancers. I'd like to ask now Will to stay on Zoom and then invite Dr. Gibson, Kelly, Dr. Laliotis, Dr. Woog, who's here today. I guess he was virtual yesterday, up to the stage. We'll do have a Q&A session. So take your time. There are 4 lovely chairs aligned for you with microphones. And as a reminder, if you have a question, if you have a question, please raise your hand and then wait for a microphone so that the people that are virtual can hear you. Now, we need one of those microphones up here, don't we? Yeah, okay. So that the people can talk. Will, are you still online?
Yes, I'm here with you.
Excellent. Okay. And then microphones will reappear in a second. Okay. Excellent. Thank you so much. Anybody with any questions right now? Otherwise, I was going to ask a question to start off. So this goes to a little bit of Dr. Gibson talking about biomarkers, and then obviously a little bit was talked about the clinical trials. How would you counsel patients regarding the intersection of biomarkers being actually tested for or obtained at, let's say, diagnosis and clinical trials, right? There's clearly a connection there. Can you speak to that and maybe explain why biomarker testing is relevant not just for treatment, but then for clinical trials?
Yes, thank you. It's working. I think the question is a very practical one for me, which is what is the role, I think, of markers or predictive markers in screening or selecting patients for clinical trial participation. So it's useful and frustrating. I think I've said that before. In clinical research, number one, thank you for the emphasis on that. That's how we learn and patients get access to care, cutting-edge care. But when we do a clinical trial, if I may, we're very careful in screening our patients to make sure they fit the parameters of the trial. And we do this for 2 reasons. One is because we want the scientific question to be answered in a clean way. But number 2, safety, always there. So let's say, for example, the clinical trial I talked about with Herceptin in 2012. You might recall that the marker is HER2, and you saw that my percentage of patients that expressed that was about 23-ish%. So if you're a patient coming into our office as a new patient and we're considering your treatment, we have standard stuff, we have clinical trial stuff. I discussed with you this new clinical trial we're doing for a drug called Herceptin, old drug for breast cancer, but being used for advanced gastroesophageal cancer. And you say, well, that's great, let's do it. So, well, we could, but because we're using a therapy based on a predictive biomarker, your tumor has to have that biomarker in order for you to participate in the study. So I think that's where we're getting, and it's frustrating because on the one hand, if I may go to the bigger picture, we have an enormous number of new drugs available. It's beyond amazing. But these days, each drug kind of qualifies as personalized medicine. So many of these drugs you see, you have to have some tumor characteristic or biomarker in order for the drug to work. So when y'all are approaching not only clinicaltrials.gov, but also your oncologic team, they may have a menu of clinical trials, but only for, mutation X, Y, Z, W, I'm getting out of order here. So it can be frustrating that you might see a long list, but you only qualify for one or even none. But so just to there he goes. Just to prepare you, when you are discussing clinical trials, remember that there are subsets of subsets, and it can be a frustrating search for you and for me when you see something that looks like a great fit, and then it comes down to some marker or some tumor characteristic that says, oh, you don't have it, find another trial.
Does anybody else want to comment on that? I will mention, and I don't know if it's as a quality thing for Will Harris at CMS, but I think a quality indicator of where you're getting your cancer care is going to be whether or not your tumor was tested for biomarkers. And if the institution or hospital where you're getting your diagnosis or treatment is not testing your tumor for these very now well-accepted biomarkers, then you need to be looking for the people who maybe know that they should be testing for those biomarkers. So I think it's a quality indicator that's really, really important for patients as consumers to be thinking about. Any other comments?
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. And I'll just say, generally that we're seeing such a rise in really exciting precision medicine and the kind of precision diagnostics that are occurring with those kind of blood-based biomarkers and other it's one of the sort of cutting edge things that we're seeing more and more on topics across that run the gamut on all different cancers, all different types of treatments, but particularly cancers. And Congress did take that and recently passed a provision that will allow CMS to pay for multi-cancer early detection tests that will allow us to do that because, as I mentioned earlier, we have to be told by Congress what kinds of things we can cover, and those kind of multi-cancer early detection in a benefit category prior to this move. So that is something that Congress has taken an interest in, something that's on the top of our minds, and something we're going to continue working on. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
If I might amplify the importance of precision medicine and its potential, yesterday Dr. Gibson alluded to a patient who underwent, I think it was next generation sequencing of a gastric cancer, which showed an unusual mutation. I believe it was an RET fusion that you mentioned, Dr. Gibson, for which a drug has been FDA approved for another anatomic location of cancer. And we're now actually moving from the anatomic, do I have stomach cancer, do I have breast cancer, to more of a molecular characterization using these biomarkers. But since there is an FDA approved drug for that biomarker that was driving this cancer, it can then be used, it can then be prescribed on what is called an off-label basis, or in some cases, an expanded access protocol basis to patients who have a similar mutation. So I agree completely with Dr. Davis's comments, having profiling and maybe next generation sequencing to identify these targets can be very important, very impactful for us as individual patients.
I had one other subtle, I was listening, follow-up regarding markers. So first of all, you can't match a drug if you don't have a marker. So getting the test, we call it NGS or profiling or tumor sequencing, you got to have that information before you can look for drugs. Secondly, there is a difference between, I guess I'll call it standard of care testing, which we can get from various companies, Foundation, Caris, Tempus, Natera, and screening for clinical trials. So you may think, I have this marker on my NGS and it might qualify me for this study. And then you go in and they say, oh, no, we have to screen you again. And even sometimes they're looking for a more subtle, I guess, part of that marker, which could still be something that would disqualify you from the study. So I don't mean to set you up for disappointment. I'm just giving you a reality information.
I just wanted to add one thing too. Sometimes what can be discovered during that tumor profiling is something called a variant of unknown significance. something that we do at Natera is we keep track of those variants of unknown significance. So it might come back right now that we don't know what that marker means right now, but in the future, as we continue to do research, we might find out that it does have significance moving forward. And at that time, we would reach out to you and let you know that we've actually identified some significance to that variant now. So it is important to be tested and to continue having that testing as your experience and as your treatment journey moves forward. So just wanted to mention that. And another thing I wanted to mention, as you were talking about the person with the rare mutation identified, a lot of times as we contribute to research, the more diversity that we have in that research, the better, right? Because if we only have the same homogeneous group of people that participate in the research, then we only have that output too. So the more diversity that we have of type of people, type of backgrounds that participate in the research, the better pool of research that we end up with. And we're able to identify a lot more of those things. So we find that people with different ethnic backgrounds and stuff, we're not able to identify as well because we don't have them participating as much in the research. So I bring that up because it's so important that we have diversity and representation in our clinical trial participation as well. If we want to be able to identify all of those different variants and mutations moving forward. So,
yeah, those are great points. Okay, you guys are need some caffeine apparently. If nobody has questions. Oh, Stacy, you need we need a microphone down here in the front. Here he comes. Excellent.
So there was a rare disease policy announcement 2 weeks ago from HHS with a pathway for expedited FDA clearance or initiating the process for rare and ultra rare diseases. How is that going to impact your work?
Well, I'm going to say it remains to be seen because it was just announced, recently. I don't know if Will, do you want to comment on what the intended consequences are?
That was an announcement from my friends at the FDA, and I would never presume to speak for them. Although I'll say at a high level that we work really closely together and are with our friends at the FDA and excited to see everything that they're doing over there. And the room muted, so I didn't. If you all laughed at my answer, I apologize about that. I didn't hear you.
That's okay.
But yeah, don't want to speak for my friends at FDA.
We chuckled. So what I'll say is this. I used to work at the NIH, which is part of HHS, right? And we have somebody from NCI. Obviously CMS, right? The idea here is that we understand, we being people who work in the space of discovery and clinical trials, understand that it takes time. And I joked earlier that I have time, right? But the truth of the matter is we want to accelerate things, right? And this is why years ago ARPA-H was kind of created, right? This idea that sometimes the bureaucracy is a little slow, and we need to speed things up. So I think this is an acknowledgement that things might need to move quicker, that we need to remove some of those levels or layers of bureaucracy to try to get meaningful discovery into patients quicker. I will make a plug real quick for clinical trials. Clinical trials are important broadly. Well, guess what? They're really important when you have a rare disease. So what I would tell folks is this, and this is a soapbox moment, so take it for what it's worth. If you have a rare disease and you go and you get treated somewhere and the doctors take really good care of you and you're happy and all that jazz, that's great. But guess what? If you have a rare disease, all of the information, the data, everything that goes along with your treatment outside of a clinical trial in many ways is lost. It's not usable, okay? It's not usable because then what we might do is say, well, I can go back and access that data retrospectively, right? And you guys will know that there are a lot of institutions, and I'm guilty of this. We run retrospective trials where we look at data, but kind of backwards, okay? So what I'm saying is if you have a rare cancer, it's even more imperative for you to enroll in a clinical trial, because that's the way that we're going to learn, right? And this is what I used to say about CDH1. If you got treated with CDH1 at a cancer center, you know, in you know, whatever, Illinois, that's great. They probably took really good care of you. But in the absence of a clinical trial, that data, the information, everything that we could potentially is lost. It's lost. And it doesn't mean that the people there are bad. It just means that we are losing an opportunity to gain more information, to learn more in the absence of a clinical trial. Again, rare cancers, this is so, so, so important. Stacy, we dodged your question, though.
Good job. I have another one.
Oh, go ahead, please.
This one might be worse. So, you guys just talked about the importance of clinical trials. You also acknowledged the importance of diversity in the participants. I think historically, certain populations had been taken advantage of with their cells for research purposes. So what are you guys doing to bridge the gap to ensure that, number one, that doesn't happen again, and incentivize these people who are not incentivized to participate?
I can take a shot at that, Stacy. It takes me back to my ethics class in graduate school where we learned about the Tuskegee experiment, for example. In fact, a lot of these are the basis for the CFR, the Code of Federal Regulations, that is what we follow, like the Bible, for doing clinical trials for safety. There was, you know, things came out of World War II and things like that, which are unacceptable to say the least. But on the other hand, being from not a diverse background, I try to understand that perspective, but it's very difficult for me. But I would imagine, and then I can only look in someone else's shoes, hearing it from me in a patient who's you know, historically part of a group that was taken advantage of or not treated appropriately. What I try to do is find members of my team who might share a similar ethnic background to speak with the patient. And also, we do have a cohort of folks that have previously been treated on trials that we can approach to get some help as well.
And what has also been deployed from big pharma, basically, so mainly for breast cancer. So they were testing a specific drug that is mainly driven and most relevant in African Americans, Black communities. Basically, they had people, as Dr. Gibson said, like physicians going like to the churches, to the local communities, discussing in plain language about the drug, about the disease. So this is something that really can actually open the access for clinical trial, plus to accelerate the process that we actually need for more patients to accelerate the trial. So it has been kind of a journey of 1,000 miles. We're still getting there because it has been like many, many years to undo what it has been done. But there are initiatives that we kind of, and historical examples that were, this is something that we will try to do in the trial that we also showed you, how we really engage not with academic centers, with community settings, with, you know, real, with churches, with advocacy groups, to really spread the word and everyone to have access, basically. So, but more to come.
And of course, from the patient advocacy side, making sure that we're giving a platform to patient voices. At Natera, we work with patient advocates, trying to amplify their voices so that they're able to speak to their own communities and be able to speak to that importance about why they participate in clinical trials, help to break down some of the barriers, break down some of the myths, kind of like we were talking about today, and support advocacy organizations that help patients get to those clinical trials or help educate them. Groups like the Pink Fund, which is, again, a breast cancer organization, but they help to take away some of those financial barriers that might make it difficult for patients to get to clinical trials. Touch, which is a Black breast cancer organization, again, which helps to break down some of the educational barriers. But we try to support the advocacy organizations that are helping the patients get to those clinical trials.
But I think, Stacy, this is where you guys come into play, right? You guys meaning patients, caregivers, advocates, right? Because you can also go out there, and be part of that kind of solution, right? But it is very true. You look at the enrollment in clinical trials, even, tumor tissue that's submitted for sequencing, and even germline genetic sequencing. It's largely represented by, white populations, and that's going to skew a lot of what we think we're learning. So I think this is where Hope for Stomach Cancer and other groups really can play a role in kind of demystifying clinical trials, and helping to right the wrongs of the past, because obviously, you're referring to things like the, Henrietta Lacks and obviously the Tuskegee experiment, but those memories die hard. And I work in Baltimore, and I work in inner city Baltimore, not the part that Hopkins takes care of, right? I work in the part where, people are still somewhat distrustful when it comes to engaging with the, healthcare enterprise. So these are really important conversations. Somebody in the back's timidly raising her hand, timidly, but raise it high. There you go. He's got it. He's coming with the microphone.
Well, thank you, everybody. My name is Martha Kenny. I'm both a patient and also a physician and a researcher. And I actually do have a question. I think one of the things that has made a profound impact on the research that I do in pain is working with patients with lived experience and having patient advisory boards that work from the beginning of my project to the end. So for those of us who are living with stomach cancer, what are opportunities that we have to be patient advisors or people who can work on, as liaisons in these clinical trials to make sure that there is that lived experience voice that is being spoken and whispered into the ears of researchers as they're designing studies and executing the studies?
Well, as somebody who's actively writing clinical trials, I would tell you that we have to find a way to connect to each other, right? So I generally reach out to organizations that I know, right, like patient advocacy groups like Hope for Stomach Cancer, right? Because nowadays when you submit grant applications and other things, we are specifically being asked to make sure that we are engaging with patients and advocates, right? That's a change. That wasn't the case, probably a decade or two ago, okay? So the good news is that investigators, researchers are being asked to engage. I think the challenge is still making that, at least for me, making that connection, right? Because I'm going to reach out to the people that I know, either my own patients or Hope for Stomach Cancer or other organizations, to then find folks like you, right? I don't know how other people, tackle this challenge, but
I would love to talk to you after this. At Natera, we're developing a patient advisory council where we have people just like you who we use their voices. It's a contracted role, paid contracted role, where the idea is just that, contributing to things like clinical trial design all the way up to our marketing messages. We really want to have patient voice as part of everything. I'm a survivor too. I use our testing too. It's really important to have that integrated into every single decision that we're making. And we have a group of survivors that are employees of our company that contribute to everything from, is our patient portal actually useful? Are educational materials actually able to be understood by people that work at our company? So right now we're really working to incorporate having outside voices to be a part of, every decision we're making about our product. So it's absolutely vital.
Thank you. Oh, I have another question, but I'll pass it on.
And just to add one other point, I'd like to echo Dr. Davis's comments, your comments also, Kelly, about the important role of organizations such as Hope for Stomach Cancer. As we can see here, I think one of the things I find heartwarming really about this meeting is how it brings to our attention the tremendous unity of focus and effort among our clinician scientists, basic scientists, our partners, in the federal government, including CMS, FDA, and as we'll hear shortly, NCI, and very importantly, certainly our partners in biopharma, to really developing the treatments that will give us hope. One of the things Aki and the Team Hope has done is solidified and provide really an excellent conduit of communication, as Dr. Davis was mentioning, between our partners who need our input as patients. And I personally, Martha, I had the chance to serve on a number of patient advisory councils, and it's been a very, very rewarding experience from my perspective, again, to really get a sense for the commitment that our partners have to improving our outcomes. So I'm sure if you speak with Aki, certainly Kelly, other members of our biopharma partnerships here, they'll be more than delighted to hear of your interest in supporting these efforts.
We have a couple more questions in the back, and we have about 12 minutes left, so we got time, so go ahead.
Hi, I'm Peggy, and I'm a caregiver and also an oncology nurse. Now, what if you're told you have a very rare cancer, but there's no clinical trials for you? Where do you go?
Don't take no for an answer.
Where do you go?
I don't know. So let me tell you, this is what I do. No, I'm serious. We all know somebody, right? We all know somebody. So what I say is this is where you have to be like a I don't know, a bulldog, okay? So you go and you hear something, no, there's no clinical trials. You don't take no for an answer. You start asking around. You start beating the pavement. You turn to Dr. Google, okay? But I'm telling you, we all know somebody, and eventually, right, you'll find somebody. This happens to me. It probably happens to Dr. Gibson a lot. Somebody will call me and say, hey, I know you don't deal with this, but I got a friend that's got a thing with a thing, and it's rare, whatever. Well, what do? I start calling my friends. I start turning to my phone. Eventually, you will find somebody. And I know it sounds kind of like, well, that's too much work. Well, you know what? Right now in the world we live in, sometimes that organic way of connecting with people is the way it happens, especially, again, really rare stuff. A friend of mine has adrenoleukodystrophy. She reached out to me. I don't know anything about it. I can barely say it. But I work to find those people. So I just say, don't take no for an answer, right? Start talking to people. You'll eventually find, somebody somewhere who cares deeply about that rare problem. Oh, thank you. I didn't know that was clap-worthy, but go ahead.
Okay, so my question is most likely for our Natera friends here with us today, and it's specifically related to coordination. So locally, I've done whole genome sequencing, and then, of course, through my oncologist, my tumor has been tested, and I had colon cancer and then stomach cancer. I have Lynch syndrome, so lots of information there. But I also go to Dana-Farber and involved in their advanced study, and they let me know last year, hey, we found this germline mutation. And then I also go to MSK for my gastric surgeon and involved in some of their studies, and they're like, hey, we found this biomarker of your tumor that has not been shared with you yet. So I have all these moving pieces, and I'm wondering, is this information that you should have, like within my portal or health information, so that way as you are doing all the things that you do behind the scenes with testing and doing the, every 3 month the lab draws, like, is this information that you should have, because you had mentioned, right, like as variants of unknown significance appear and you gain new information, it just feels very, right, disconnected. So just curious about that.
That's actually a very good question. So because and things are getting more complicated because the different legislation by state actually differs. What actually, what is considered medical data, who is the owner, where you should store them. So that's definitely, a gray area that is kind of very difficult to just solve in a day. So just at least from our part, and not only for Natera, all the diagnostic companies that have been out there for, so basically we store and we can store those data, but basically these are patient data. So These are stored in the portal. If the patients would like to actually ping their new physician or something, they can be largely available for everyone. But this is something, and maybe we can hear from our CMS representative here, because this is kind of on a legal way, very difficult to navigate. So data-wise, Natera and every diagnostic company can have access. The patients can have access, and the physicians, every new physician that sees you and anyone else can also have access to those data. Now, for research purposes, as we've said, all of this data are being stored. In the background, they could be used in a large scale just to inform rare diseases, new treatments, clinical trials, all of these things that we've been discussing. So for me, this question is more operational and legal rather than medical and scientific, because at least on a medical standpoint and scientific standpoint, we have what we need if we decide to utilize those data. So I know maybe it was not very convincing, or just not try to give you just a whole landscape.
Very thought-provoking, so thank you.
Well, the right people need the data, right? And this goes back to, again, you got to find the person who cares passionately about Lynch syndrome-associated cancers or Lynch syndrome-associated stomach cancer and get that data into their hand. And they're the ones that are going to drive that forward. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Emmy. I was a caregiver for my husband. I just wanted to bring up an issue, or I guess a roadblock a lot of people in this room have, is that they have diffuse gastric cancer, and qualifying for a clinical trial, as you know, we need to meet the criteria for measurable disease. And many people in this room know that people have passed away because their cancer was never able to meet the criteria for measurable disease to qualify for a trial. I don't know that there's an answer here, but it is something that is happening in our community specific to having diffuse cancer.
Yeah, so I'm going to take that just real quick because I studied diffuse gastric cancer, and I think it's a challenge with not just diffuse gastric cancer, but other other cancers, where to get into some clinical trials, you have to have what's called measurable disease. So we have to see it on a scan, which for peritoneal metastasis, we oftentimes can't. And then the other thing is to have a valuable disease, which means we can measure something in the blood to then qualify you for that clinical trial. So the challenge, I think, is when we are writing clinical trials, is we need to include those kinds of things into our clinical trials that speak to the challenge that's unique to the disease. And I would argue this is where basket trials may not be great for somebody with diffuse gastric cancer, meaning a basket trial says it's looking at a biomarker, it's looking at something, and regardless of the tumor type, right? That sounds great, but if the criteria are we have to measure something or whatever, then diffuse gastric cancers, we struggle. Whereas trials specifically written for stomach cancer or diffuse gastric cancer are more likely to understand those challenges, right? But again, how many specific trials are there out there for diffuse type gastric cancer? Like hardly any, right? And so this is where we need more money, we need more funding, we need the NCI to pony up. Just kidding. I did that on purpose for the next speaker. Okay, we have about 5 minutes left. Dr. Gibson, sorry.
I'm so sorry. One other thing about measurable versus evaluable disease, and I write trials, and I need to think about this more, is I think yesterday, or was it this morning, we had a ctDNA talk. Pardon my lousy short-term memory. So we are looking at other non-imaging markers that will give us feedback about the extent of the cancer, even if we don't have pictures. So things like that may be written in trials in the future.
Absolutely. Behind you, the lady with the microphone.
Hi, my name is Deborah Estes, and I just want to be an advocate for you to tell you that I am a trial participant. And it's been a wonderful experience from day one. Yes, I have a very large care team. It was a trial for FOLFIRINOX. So it was four chemo regimen, followed by chemo radiation, followed by surgery. And I had excellent results. I've been in ED for 3 years, and without the trial, without the trial, I wouldn't be here today for many reasons. But I'm a huge advocate. It was a very easy process. Yes, you do have to qualify. I understand there are many variants that go into that, but for me, it was worth it. And for anyone else looking for them, don't hesitate. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, my name's John Fitzgerald. I've been a cancer patient for 1 year, so I'm new to the game. But my question was about the ctDNA, Signatera. I'm a customer or a patient, but I only found out about the Signatera through that we hired an integrative nurse. So my oncologist, I live in California, and we have Kaiser medical coverage. They don't pay for it. My insurance, obviously doesn't pay for it. And I'm wondering, is that something that is state by state, or is that coming down the pipeline with these new things that you guys mentioned? Or?
Sure. Yeah, so Signatera is commercially available. Yes, the coverage depends on your insurance. It depends on your cancer type. So we do have Medicare coverage for colorectal. It depends on the stage, but colorectal cancer, breast, lung, ovarian, bladder, muscle-invasive bladder cancer. So in some cancer types, we have full Medicare coverage. But what we can say is that across the board, 9 out of 10 of our Signatera patients will never receive a bill from us. And that we don't balance bill our oncology patients. So you probably will not receive a full bill from Signatera or from Natera. So even though you're getting probably a denial from Kaiser, what that means is essentially that you'll receive that the denial, and Natera is not going to come after you for the remaining balance. So we also have a really great financial assistance program that we have made sure really is made for our oncology patients. So if you were to end up in that less than 10% of patients who do receive a bill from us, you can call our financial access program, and we have people who will help get you into that. It's something like 8 times the national poverty limit. So I think it's something around 85 to 90% of all households in the United States would actually qualify for that. And it's everything from your medical expenses to your regular cost of living would be included into what makes you eligible for that. And that actually makes you eligible for 2 years at that cost. And we would cap the cost of your test. I believe it's no greater than $149. So the cost of your test would come between either 99 cents or $149. And that would be good for 2 years. So you don't have to call back to us for 2 years because it is a repeat test, right? So you're going to get that test over time. So for 2 years, you qualify for that price. And even then, we have payment plans, there's cash price. So there's lots of options. What we like to say is there should never be a financial reason that you choose not to get this test. We will make it affordable to you.
Could I just add, I'm not, obviously, I pay for it, and I'm not too concerned about the money. My concern is if my ctDNA test now starts to show positivity, I can't now take that to my oncologist at Kaiser and say, hey, my ctDNA test is now going up and showing positive. Can you do something for me? Or
so,
I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
So let's keep we're going to answer that real quick, and it'll be the last one because I want to keep us on time. But can you answer that?
Yeah, of course. So this is actually a big conversation. We acknowledge that Signatera and many of these ctDNA tests are not in the national guidelines and NCCN. They're not there, unfortunately, yet. But we know many medical oncologists and specifically surgeons. At least they keep the conversation open, what it actually means for ctDNA to rise and what you can actually do because there are some options. For example, if you did a scan in September and your next scan is on like March, let's push it earlier. Or instead of having like a CT scan, let's escalate to a PET scan or something, for example, something that is more sensitive. Or if you have like a history of peritoneal disease, maybe, to have some more sensitive, imaging test there. Plus, there are tons of data. We don't show it here because we would show data all day. That basically, the earlier that ctDNA rises, the disease is way more likely to be something that is called oligometastatic stage. We have also surgeons here that are experts, which is like 2 to 3 sites, very, very small, that you can actually either radiate through radiation, you can either ablate, or you can just remove surgically before being systemic disease. And just then your only hope is chemotherapy and more drugs and more drugs. So that's, and as we've said, and Dr. Weinberg said yesterday, this is kind of a shared decision making, something that you can say, and in our patient portal also we have all of these materials from the peer review papers that we have published, kind of in a plain language as well, and this is something that would be a great discussion. If patients would come to me to discuss this, I would be delighted to show them over the data and the realistic expectations of what it can be, the care.
Yeah,
so basically, it's not that there isn't anything that they could do. Moving a scan up and moving to a more sensitive scan is something to do. Yeah, it's just about making sure that you're using the right language when you go in to have that conversation. Because that. No, that's okay. It is a conversation that comes up all the time. It's
Okay. Yes. Just take it back to your doctor. That's the most important. That's the takeaway. Okay. Thanks to our panel. We're going to move on to our last session of the day. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all.
Okay. I'm going to introduce our next speaker. I want to make sure everybody gets off the stage without tripping. Okay, so our next speaker is Dr. Asad Umar, Chief Program Officer for Gastrointestinal and Other Cancers at the National Cancer Institute. Dr. Umar received his Ph.D. in biochemistry and immunology from Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore. See, there's a theme this morning around Baltimore. He conducted his postdoc training in Baltimore and at the National Institutes of Environmental Health Sciences in the Research Triangle Park in North Carolina. His main scientific interest is to understand the molecular pathways during GI carcinogenesis and the prevention of cancer. Welcome, Dr. Umar. Thank you so much.
Hopefully my slides are up there and I can, okay. So the message, I'm going to talk about rare cancers, rare diagnosis, but focusing on the gastric cancer mainly. So as Dr. Davis said, that I lead the program at the NCI for prevention of GI and other cancers. So all the rare cancers, other cancers are part of my group, although as you can imagine, predominantly is colorectal cancer, liver cancer, pancreatic, that comes in as a research initiative. But we do have a reasonable portfolio for gastric cancer, as well as we continue to try to focus on the rare cancers as well. As from a research point of view, from understanding the biology, molecular pathways, going toward more like a precision medicine, precision prevention, interception is our goal. And what I just have on this slide is that just like other rare cancers, gastric cancer is often dismissed as a solved problem, especially in the West or in the US, because the numbers have been going down. But something is not addressed is that it is still is a very deadly cancer, so very high lethality. 1.5% of all cancers, like 26,000, 27,000 new cases are diagnosed, but 11,000 deaths annually. It is still is a main problem globally, 5th most common cancer, over 1 million cases, and I think this is something that probably been discussed in the past, so I won't spend a lot of time on that. This graph is showing that even though demographics are shifting toward the younger group, but the older adults over 60 plus, the numbers are going down over time. But what you can see is there's a subtle upward trend in younger adults under 50 years age from 2010 to 2020. The new diagnosis of early onset gastric cancer is also on the rise, which is a phenomena that's seen in multiple other cancers also. Colorectal cancer also is going up in younger adults under 50 years, as well as I think there are at least 13 other cancers that are also going up. We don't understand the reason. A lot of research is going on, and NCI is putting some resources behind it to understand the molecular biology, or if there are specific things that are different in older versus the younger disease. At least for gastric cancer, the biology is very distinct. Traditionally, late onset is 60s to 70s, the age group, but then also it is more gland-forming intestinal, 2-to-1 male dominance, and sometimes rare hereditary link. But the early onset is gastric cancer, on the other hand, is a new threat in 20s and 40s years of age, is diffuse, spreads to wall, and aggressive, and higher proportion of females are being seen, and stronger linked to CDH mutation. I'm sure Dr. Davis has talked about that in detail. There is clearly an inequality of risk, race, ethnicity, and nativity. As you can see from this graph, non-Hispanic white, if you look at that, is one in terms of their incidence ratio versus non-Hispanic whites. So Hispanic Americans have at least around 2.8, 2.7, 2.6 ratio, as well as Native Americans have the highest, almost reaching 3, as well as Asian Pacific Islanders, as well as and African Americans as well. We know the enemy. Key risk factor for gastric cancer is Helicobacter pylori bacteria that I'm sure most of you are familiar with that. It's a primary driver in chronic inflammation. It causes chronic inflammation in the stomach, and that leads to something called pre-cancer. So lesions that lead to cancer. There's actually a long time before the cancer develop. So that's where actually we focus on mostly on trying to prevent cancer to form. So targeting the pre-malignant conditions like chronic atrophic gastritis, intestinal metaplasia, pernicious anemia are the signatures in the pre-malignant conditions. Genetics is another component, as I earlier said about the CDH1 mutations, as well as diet and lifestyle. Like salt is also seen, or some data shows that actually salt actually might promote H. pylori. But it also could be an indication of that, like the changes in preserving the food and how the food is fresh, use of the refrigeration and all that has changed that. But the smoked food as well as low fruit and vegetable intake is also linked with the higher onset of H. pylori related cancers. So H. pylori is one of the organisms that's labeled as group 1 carcinogen, and we must treat it like a carcinogen. It's by the WHO and IARC. There are tests available for this. It's both a breath and a stool test. It can be treated with antibiotics, although it's not that, it does come back because some of the presence in this environment, as well as the recrudescence, that's the return of exact same bacteria. So we are doing some research trying to find out if we can target specific treatment for the H. pylori that comes back in those individuals. We're still understanding that actually is very, very resistant bacteria in the sense that actually it goes and hides inside the glands and comes back up during the treatment. And that's one of the reasons that actually it comes back. But it is possible to clear the infection and prevent and lower the risk of cancer with this. We have tried to persuade U.S. Preventative Services Task Force guidelines for recommending the screening guidelines as that are available in some of the Asian countries like Japan and China, Japan and Korea, where actually it has been effective in reducing in terms of getting an earlier disease and reducing in terms of mortality. But USPSTF did not think that there was enough evidence. There was insufficient evidence for general population recommendation. We're not going to stop. We're going to keep on trying. I think some of the support from the organization like Hope for Stomach Cancer and other organizations that are pushing these with us, helping us with that. Data, there's a lot of missing data. There are no SEERS registries that actually record birthplace, because that can still make a big difference where an individual is born, not just what their ethnicity is. Also, there is no centralized tracking of intestinal metaplasia. So that's the warning sign. And actually, precancerous lesions registries or biospecimens can also really help us understand what are the lesions that go on to become cancer, so we can target them early enough, and that can help in that sense. We've been working with our current leadership on these tracking, using the National Cancer Plan to reduce cancer mortality and morbidity. So these three pillars, gastric cancer or other rare cancers also fits perfectly into these three pillars. Early detection, focusing on rare lethal cancers and non-invasive screening opportunities. When the screening is not available, biomarkers that could detect cancer early. Also targeting health disparities, addressing health disparities in underserved groups. That's where most bang for the buck is in our sense for research. And also doing innovation and research, H. pylori, and we've been trying to work with some of the group in Germany where H. pylori vaccine efforts are ongoing, and we want to really have that vaccine available so that it could be beyond just the antibiotic treatment. And the multi-cancer detection text, we talked about that earlier in the previous session. So the model for targeted screening and surveillance is patient assessment, high incident regions, and family history. But risk stratification can be done based on like positive results or negative results, and then treat and eradicate. If it is positive, then go on to surveillance. That could be a model that could be used. There's decades of discovery of in the gastric cancer where H. pylori was cultured in 1983, and WHO called it a group 1 carcinogen in 1994, and then CDH1 was discovered in 1998. And then targeted therapy like Herceptin and other and HER2 targeted therapy were approved in 2010 and later. Then molecular profiling like the TCGA was launched in 2014, and now more recently I was part of the Moonshot relaunch as well as Moonshot effort, where we were looking at pre-malignant lesions from multiple cancers and developing a next generation tumor atlas, where we have like a Google map type landscape of all the cancer, where you can click on, this is the pathology, here's the staining, and here's the gene molecular information, here's the protein, proteomics, RNA level. So you have a comprehensive picture of what goes on for the cancers that go on to become pre-malignant lesions that go on to become cancer, and those who don't. As I said in my beginning slide, that H. pylori prevalence over last decades have gone down. And it's been going down steadily from like over 80% to 2010 and 2022 is down to like 55 or 50%, depending on WHO's Universal Health Services coverage index. So how to make a difference? I think it is we all play a role. You have a role. We have a role at NCI, the research arm, the oncology team, the doctors, they have a role. We all can make a difference here. A concerted approach is really needed to battle gastric and other rare cancers. At this scientific innovation level, at least for gastric cancer, is targeting the bacteria. And the clinical intervention level is the early detection, screening, and targeting the inflammation, maybe doing some clinical trials in that area. And I'll show you some data from that in the last couple of minutes. Then patient empowerment, where you come in and taking personal actions as well as advocating for more research and funding through Congress, because we get the funding, but we get to distribute to the academia, but we cannot really advocate for it ourselves. So it's your role there. So systemic advocacy for influencing the change to the national care will make a difference. So I'm going to talk about a couple of clinical trials really very briefly that we did in our group targeting H. pylori, a randomized clinical trial using difluoromethylornithine, which is a novel inhibitor of ornithine decarboxylase. It's just an enzyme which inhibits the polyamine. Polyamines are like the fuel of all cells. So cells that are proliferating rapidly, like the cancer cells, polyamines are very high in those. So difluoromethylornithine was developed first as a treatment intervention. It didn't have a good treatment profile. It still is being used as a schistosomiasis, anti-schistosomiasis drug, and it's one of the drugs that is necessary for the area where the schistosomiasis are high. But it is a novel inhibitor of H. pylori from our colleague at Vanderbilt, preclinical study, and then a clinical trial that is showing that actually it is affecting growth of CAG-A translocation as well as IL-8 interleukin induction. So it seems also that these effects require continuous drug exposure, and it can reverse the bacterial growth and colonization capacity. So this is just a very preliminary data from this study. We hope to expand on that. The second trial that we did in Puerto Rico and Honduras, because that's where larger number of gastric cancers as well as malignant lesions are also in that group. So where we were targeting inflammation in the precancerous region using curcumin, which is like the common component in the curry. The yellow color for the curry that comes in from curcumin. We have done several other trials in colorectal cancer setting as well as targeting inflammation with curcumin. But in this specific case, we had a nano formulation that actually get absorbed better. And that was the difference here. The Mariva from Thorne Pharmaceutical, actually, I think it is available over the counter. Curcumin, Mariva, 1,000 milligram per day was given for over 6 months. H. pylori negative patients with gastric pre-malignant conditions, they had to have either atrophic gastritis or intestinal metaplasia. And it showed a significant reduction in gastric mucosal IL-1 beta, which is one of the markers for inflammation. So it is definitely working, causing anti-inflammatory response. There were no other changes seen in IL-8 as we saw in the DFMO in this case, TNF-alpha or DNA-damaged biomarkers. So I will end with a couple of slides where they just really just emphasize the point that at the individual level, as we can do the testing for individuals that know that they are higher risk, if people that are of Asian or Latin American descent or have family history, test for H. pylori. If you know the system persistent indigestion or early satiety warrants a checkup and not just the antacids. And then demanding biomarker testing if you go for testing, if diagnosed, insist on HER2, microsatellite instability, MSI, and PD-L1 testing to unlock targeted treatment. And then genetic counseling, essential protocol for those with a young onset family history like the CDH1. And then at the macro level, research funding, these clinical trials and policy, patients advocacy really can help networking and also changing the guidelines. All these things can actually make a difference, and then we can have a future that's defined by early detection and prevention rather than by disease and suffering from that. Thank you very much. I'll take any questions. I don't know if there's time for questions or afterwards.
Yeah, I think we have time for questions.
Yes.
We have the microphone. Good. Okay.
Hi, thank you, Doc. I had a question about H. pylori. I read something that veterans were more susceptible to H. pylori. Is that something that that you have discovered? And
I have not seen the data for veterans. Maybe there are concentrated groups of ethnic groups that maybe that's where the data was. I'm not sure.
It's been identified as a service-related disease, and it's due to deployment.
Deployments. Mm-hmm.
Their sanitation standards are different, so
Right.
tend to pick it up while they're deployed and then bring it home.
That will make sense, yeah.
What Stacy said.
So it's not that rare, then actually we need to really do a lot more about it. Yes, in the back.
Hi, I'm Brittany. So I had H. pylori in, I want to say 2017. I'm an ICU nurse, and at the time I went on quadruple therapy as first line of treatment, still tested positive, and then I went on triple therapy twice until I finally tested negative. Is there any oncogenic type of H. pylori identified ahead of time that say you're more at risk if you have this type, in which case surveillance, endoscopy surveillance would be warranted?
Yeah, CAG-A is the only that I know. Dr. Davis, you have any other specific? Yeah.
And is it standard to look at that when you're doing the, okay.
Yeah, that is, and we are doing one study at Stanford where they are actually sequencing these at the gene level, the complete sequencing of H. pylori that is taken from patients, and then actually targeting treatment based on what the sequence is, because some of them are, as you experienced, they are resistant in the first set of treatment, and so you have to change your treatment.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I have a follow-up question to that with H. pylori testing. So I tested positive, I think, maybe 2013, got treated, was negative, even had 2 negative tests. And then once I got diagnosed, I was positive again. And so my question, and I feel like my story is not unusual where you're supposedly have eradicated the infection and then you find out you're positive.
Mm-hmm.
And so my question is really like, once somebody is negative, should there be any continual surveillance? Like I got tested twice again because I asked for it. But once I was negative, my GI doc was like, there's nothing to worry about. You don't have to be tested again. I'm like, I want to get tested. But then I was found out positive at diagnosis. So I'm like curious to know, like, what are the plans? Because clearly testing negative, it's not permanent, and I don't even know if it means what it should mean.
Yeah, I think what I just answered, that's like really getting to the molecular level and understanding like what specific H. pylori treatment is needed for an individual. I think we are getting to that stage. It's not really that far in future where we can really targeted precision and intervention and treat H. pylori for the individual for good, rather than, it is very hard to treat. As I said, the data is showing that actually goes and hide in the glands and come back out. When there's a treatment going on, it's kind of like becomes invisible to treatment, and then it comes back much later. I mean, there's just a smaller number of them are still. It's amazing to actually see that data. That actually visually you can see how the bacteria moves and comes back and forth. It's amazing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm just going to summarize real quick because it says that I'm supposed to say something here. But I do want to summarize because I think, you know, you guys have been sitting here for a long time. This is what I take away, right? These are my insights because it says insight to action, right? So my insights, research is key, right? But it takes time and it's costly. Okay, research takes money. We know that, and that's what you guys are going to be advocating for, you know, with congressional staffers. Biomarkers are examples of key research discoveries. So all those biomarkers that we talk about, MSI high, PD-1, PD-L1, HER2, those came out of research, right? So the biomarkers just didn't appear, right? We had to do research to discover them, and now we know they have a clinical impact. So, right, that's the power of the research. Clinical trial engagement is critically important. Again, I'll tell you from my experience, you engaging in clinical trials is key to discovery, okay? The government and government agencies like CMS, NCI, you know, play a key role, not just in how care is delivered, but what our research priorities are, right? Or how healthcare is paid for, right? But these priorities that Asad talked about at the national level are key to also, excuse me, aligning what we're asking Congress to do, right? What we want Congress to do is to obviously fund the NIH and fund the NCI, but also specifically ask for or request, you know, carve-outs specifically for some of these rare cancers, which they already are doing, right? But specifically stomach cancer, right? So all of the stuff you heard about this morning, we put together, right, into this package, which is, right, the research can be very powerful. The research can have a direct impact on patient care, right? So now what we have to do is make sure that the people that make the decisions, right, to fund the NIH, to fund the NCI, because they are separate, that they put that money into the hands of the NCI that can then prioritize research in gastroesophageal cancers, rare cancers, things like that, okay? So I'm excited to be here. I'm so excited to share the day with you. It's lunchtime, I guess. So we'll see you in the afternoon.
same thing. Because, yeah, correlated fears. But I can tell you, Don. I think you have to make a mistake. I'm showing up here in this place. Sit down, eat. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're fine. Hey, good morning. I know. She got me right. This is one of my touch. Good morning. Well, afternoon now. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Good afternoon. Please continue to eat your lunch as we start our town hall. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Susan Berhane. Susan is part of the Global Patient Advocacy team at Bristol Myers Squibb, where she leads patient engagement with GI cancer patients. She brings experience from both public and private sectors, where she has built her career around advocacy, policy, and community engagement. Please welcome Susan Berhane.
All 5'2" of me. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you, Emmy, for that introduction. And I know she introduced me as Susan Berhane, but I have to tell you, I just got married 2 months ago, so I'm Susan Victoriano now. But I appreciate still being, my maiden name is who I am forever, right? So, love that. Well, as she said, I'm with Bristol Myers Squibb with the Oncology Patient Advocacy team. Some of you have been working with my sweet team member, John, over here. John, wave your hand. And we are part of the advocacy team working across oncology and hematology, but specifically gastrointestinal tumors for the case of this meeting. I'm a New Jersey girl by, way of raising. And you can take the girl out of Jersey, but you can't take Jersey out of the girl, But I do live in the DMV area, and I know that there are a few of us who might know, specifically in Nova, Northern Virginia. And if you don't know what the DMV means, it's DC, Maryland, and Virginia, and not the Department of Motor Vehicles, just to be very clear. And it's true, the majority of my background is in the public sector, of course, in this area. And I spent a good amount of time living in Japan, working at the Japanese embassy, and being an elementary school teacher in South Korea. Then I came and decided to try my hand at a different form of advocacy because I am also part of a patient advocacy group, Sickle Cell Disease Association of America, and I have a mother who's also a benefit of receiving BMS products with her cardiovascular heart disease. So I've seen what patient advocacy does on many sides. Been the caretaker, been the patient. Now I get to be the advocate on behalf of you all back to Bristol Myers Squibb, as well as hopefully sharing some of Bristol Myers Squibb information with you all. So I thank you for the opportunity to allow Jonathan and I to sit amongst you, to hear your voices, and to be able to take your voices back into the organization so that we do not forget what exactly it is we're doing and who we're doing it for, which is for all of you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And just by a little side note, I just found out that Martha and Vanessa and I are all originally from Ghana, West Africa, and never would have anticipated running, and to be even more local, from the exact same tribe. So never would have imagined running into somebody like that here. So my sisters. All right, guys. So Aki has given me the great fortune and opportunity to moderate some of our lunchtime discussions. And I know you're eating, and I told you I was an elementary school teacher. So there's a lot of things that I like to see happen. I like to see everyone chew with their mouth closed. I like to see everyone swallow before they speak. We don't want any accidents, but I am CPR certified in case anybody needs something like that. And I like for you all to allow each other to speak and share your voices. But I know sometimes it's a little intimidating to speak amongst, hopefully, friends, family, and loved ones. So I'm not afraid or ashamed to call on people. I have a mic, so I'm going to walk the room, and you're going to see me come up to you. So I hope that we can have a very robust, honest, empathetic discussion, which I know you all have been having these past few days already. So with that, let's get started. Ooh, where's my screen? Oh, sorry. I have my clicker. Okay, so our first question or our first topic of discussion is around treatment. So first we're going to be looking at what were some of the helpful resources that you used in preparation for or to learn about your treatment. So this can be a question for patients, this can be a question for your family, your loved ones, your caregivers, but especially from my position as an advocacy lead from a pharmaceutical organization, I'd love to know what resources were helpful when you were first learning about your treatment options. Making my way downtown. Please tell us your name.
Hey, I'm Stacy Martin. I have CDH1 mutation, so my journey's a little bit different than other people's in this room potentially. So we found out about the mutation. My mom was going through stage 4 uterine cancer, and they did a genetic panel test. And so it came back that she had the mutation. Should I move so it's not screechy? I don't know what to do. Okay, it's annoying me. So then it took me about a year to get tested on my own because we learned it was hereditary. And so this was 2019 at the time. So there wasn't a lot of information out about CDH1. And it didn't feel like reliable sources of information. So I went to the Mayo Clinic because that's where my blood test got ordered. So I met with the geneticist there. And then I found out about a study at the NIH. And so that was sort of my journey.
So you were really able to benefit from some of the resources based off of the institutions that you were visiting?
Yes, so the Mayo Clinic gave me the paper about the study at the NIH.
Lovely. Does anybody else have a similar experience or a different experience on how they received information? I think I saw somebody's hand go up on this side. And if not, coming right to you after Deborah.
Hi, my name's Debbie Estes, and my situation was different because I was referred to an oncologist for a trial. So I participated in a trial, and they gave me all the trial paperwork, but the most important documentation I got was the documentation from Hope for Stomach Cancer in their format of their Hope in a Bag, which gave me all the reference material that I needed to really figure out what was going on.
Shout out the Hope for Stomach Cancer, Hope in a Bag, a lovely organization.
My name's Claudio. Actually, last year, it was the community that was in this room that coached me. Went to FLOT. They were like, it was kind of funny because it was actually Jason, Brittany, who's right here, and some other people, and Jamal. There were so many people that were just like, this is what you're going to go through. The internet scared the crap out of me. But to hear other people go, yeah, you're going to lose your hair. Yeah, your taste buds are going to change. Yeah, your fingers and your feet are going to be numb. And I'm like, okay, can we stop now? But it was the human side of somebody going through something that was easy for me to digest. You know what I mean? So I think we should have more candid videos of people who go, hey, this is what I went through. This is what you may experience. And I met somebody who also was like, yeah, I did FLOT. I didn't lose my hair. I'm like, I didn't lose my hair. And but it's funny because everybody reacts differently. And then I start hearing, hey, you know what? This actually helped me with my mouth sores. This helped me with this. This helped me with that. So for me, treatment and learning about it was the community that was here. So I would love to be part of that and also continue to show other people, like, you're not alone. So if you're going to go through the struggle, we have some veterans here.
Wonderful. Advocacy. Advocacy is very powerful. I'm coming right to you.
Hi, my name is Kirk, and I'm speaking on behalf of Kim, my wife. When she was first diagnosed in March of last year, we didn't know where to go, who to turn to, what information to get. So she went on to YouTube and also searching on Facebook, postings, and she found a lot of video on YouTube presentations, a lot by some of you guys here, and she was able to get some of those information and pass it on to me to do further research and get her some of the information. And then due to the cultural background that we came from, there was no one in our immediate family or background that has this type of cancer that we could turn to. And by asking around, she also searching Facebook, she found a lady in Texas who has a similar type of cancer that she does, who speaks the same language. And she was able to call and also talk to her and get some reassurance on the procedure and also treatment and how to go about. So that's our story, and I hope that I wish that every oncologist or every surgeon who does cancer procedures would have hopeful stomach cancer brochures to pass on to patients, because that would be so much helpful if we had it. But we didn't have that, and we ended up just searching around and came across a hope for this group. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. And I really want to highlight that bit on his wife went on YouTube and found somebody that spoke his language and was able to speak to her in a way that matters. So your voice matters, representation matters. In the DC area, we have something called third culture and third culture children. These are the children usually of diplomats or military families where they're forced to merge their culture by nationality and their culture for wherever they're being raised. And then the blending is the third culture. So it's really important, especially those of us who speak multiple languages, to do our best to share our stories in our original languages, because you never know who's listening. And I really appreciate and hope that that video was helpful for you. Now my sister over here.
I'm Martha, and I think for me it was not so much about the information of what to expect, but how to cope with that information, because I knew the information already. And an unusual place that I found to be very helpful, in addition to my amazing family, my sister who's here, was actually the child life specialist that worked with my kids. And having them, as my kids were playing with dolls and talking about the dolls losing their hair and drawing pictures, it helped me because I lost my hair after the first cycle of FLOT, and I had very thick, tiny sister locks that were really thick and had worked really hard on that hair. And so like just the play therapy, which I thought was for my kids, actually was also beneficial for me to pull the hair out of the doll and then also read books to explain. They were kids' books, but it helped me also in addition to helping my kids. So I wish that there was, I'm not saying kid books for adults, but I wish there was play therapy or different kind of more tactile hands-on things to deal with the coping aspect of things as well, because I didn't realize just like my kids needed that, I also needed it as well.
Would you say with those books it's because, I'm just curious, was it the language or was it more visual versus written? Like, what about those resources really helped you?
And the visuals and just the fact that it acknowledged the feelings of it's okay to be scared, and helping me to put, the purpose of the books was to help my kids organize their feelings and articulate what they were feeling about what mommy was going through, but it also helped me organize my feelings and articulate what I was going through as well.
Thank you. I saw. Now, you don't have to do anything you don't want to do.
I'm going to.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Cora. I was a caregiver of my niece, Cecile's daughter, Katrina. So I'm going to talk briefly about the diagnosis and then later on about the treatment. So Katrina's journey was very, very painful. She was 26 years old when she developed first symptom of fullness and bloatness. And Cecile actually was in New York celebrating my grandson's first birthday. So when she called us, I as an employee of Memorial Sloan Kettering in pathology, I always say bloatness, fullness, and everything. It might be ovarian. You know, everything is just like that, ovarian. I said, when is your next GYN follow-up? I said, not until 2 months later. I said, just move it up. Because he said, most symptoms of these young kids, usually, they can't zipper their jeans. You know, I've been exercising. It's just very full. So went to the GYN. GYN said I couldn't feel anything. And then said, okay, by transvaginal ultrasound, saw something, a little suspicious, but not very worried. But then later on, I think she slept on it, the doctor slept on it, because she's just a GYN. She's not an oncologist or anything. And she said, let's go for radiology, for ultrasound. And I said, please ask for a blood test for CA-125, so just in case, because I know that they're just for ovarian. That's for ovarian cancer. And I said, you know, just in case, I know most doctors will not say, oh, you're just you know, imagining things. Lo and behold, when the result came, it was through the roof. So she was planned according to ovarian. She was scheduled for, she had this big mass in the ovary, one-sided. The doctor couldn't feel it because it was the whole abdomen. It's whole pelvic area. It was 19 centimeters big. It was huge. So naturally, there was no border. Couldn't feel anything. So then she got the help of another surgical oncologist, and she said, oh, we're going to do like a Fanenstein, like big bikini cut or something, because she was very, very vain. She said, oh, please, I don't want any scars or anything. They had a laparoscopy incision all the way up to the xiphoid. It was so huge that it burst. And then, so that's okay. I went for frozen section. They said it's borderline. So I called the pathologist. I said, because it's not a big hospital, so I said, are you going to send it out to cancer hospitals? And she said, oh, yeah. We can choose to go to MSK or to Dana-Farber. And I said, okay, can you just go to MSK? And I just tried to follow up with my pathologist. Of course, I did not know about the diagnosis, but I was a little worried. The report was there. So if you look at the pathology report, you have to read down to the very small print at the bottom. Because they will say mucinous adenocarcinoma. What does that mean? Mucinous adenocarcinoma just means there's a lot of mucin there in the cells, right? And it can always say, oh, it's GI. It's probably either ovarian or GI if it's metastasis. So the oncologist, she saw an oncologist. She was going to get a treatment for ovarian cancer. And then we called another prestigious organization. I was arguing with the doctor, and I said, did you read the immunohistochemistry, the IHC report? It will show you. It narrowed down everything. It's not lower GI. It's not breast. It's the pancreas. It's probably upper GI. Look into the biliary. Look into the stomach. They did not look at it because it was fine print. And all the algorithm points to metastasis. It's one-sided. It's huge, less than 10 centimeters. So we were so frustrated. And Katrina, at that point, at 26 years old, didn't know. I've never seen anyone at that age have stomach cancer. So she's a GI nurse. And, you know, another thing that happens is that sometimes you get myopic. You're in that field. And sometimes it's so close to you that you have to have someone outside the circle to look into the picture. Because she's a very good nurse, she's a very good GI nurse, but sometimes when it comes to your own family, you sometimes overlook small things. So I said, push for an endoscopy. So she had an endoscopy. Oh, there was a 3 centimeter 3 centimeter EG junction. But there's usually disconnect. Oh, maybe that one is separate from the ovarian lesion, but it's stage 4 already. So you have to be very careful. And then Katrina, when she had the treatment, as a very young person, all she wants is just to be happy. She had like a season pass to Disneyland, courtesy of the friend. So she would always say, I would like to go to my happy place. Because I couldn't go. I was telling her about all the other organizations, and she said, they're not my age. And it was so difficult for her. So she kept her head up, and she did everything. She had the whole ice cap treatment so that she can preserve her hair because, you know, she's 20-something. She had a boyfriend. But then that's when you know who your friends are, because those people who stick with you, you know, when you're retching, when you couldn't get food down, and, you know, you still want to go to those social things that the 26-year-old has to do. I mean, that was very, very painful. So...
That's why at the play therapy yesterday, the other horse was her. She held my hand. I mean, as a nurse, you really get tunnel vision. You know, you only want to make sure that your child is okay and that all the very grim statistics, it's not going to apply to her. That's my feeling. That's what my husband's feeling is. But she was giving me the bottom line. No, it's a very, very dire disease, and she can die. And I said, don't tell me that.
And there will be the family dynamics. You know, when you see the oncologist, they will tell you how many months. And you see her, she's a vibrant, beautiful, beautiful girl. And her husband couldn't fathom. I said, why are you thinking that way, Cora? You know, you can't put a lifespan to Katrina. Look at her. She's always happy, always a smile on her face. But then after 10 months, 12 months, you see there will be a decline already. And you know it's coming. But it was a very, very hard journey.
Cora, may I hug you?
Your niece and your sister are so fortunate to have had you be there for support. I wish you had been there to support me.
Just what I always tell my friends. You're the advocate for yourself. You feel something unusual, don't downplay it. You have to magnify everything, and timing is very important. Timing is very important. And if not for the resources that we had, you know, I don't think she would have lasted 19 months, 20 months, because she would have gone a different treatment. Of course, it might be almost the same, but it's still, you know, it's still different.
One thing that I think is important to highlight too is that a powerful resource are people that love you. The fighting that these two are doing for each other and for Katrina. And I believe many of you have somebody, but there are people who don't have people. And those people, we think about them too. They may seek information through online resources. So I'm going back to I encourage you all to share your stories because you never know who's listening and who needs that support. I'm going to move on to the next question, but I really thank you. I thank you all for sharing your voice for the first. So there's a question here about how satisfied were you with the information? And I think we can talk about that, but what I would really like to go to is what role did biomarker testing play? So, what role did biomarker testing play in your treatment decision-making process? And what information or support related to biomarker testing do you wish you had been more readily available during your journey? So I'm going to pose two questions, and whoever wants to speak can answer either one of them. I'm coming.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jamal. I am a stage 4 CDH1 gastric cancer patient again. I don't say that like it's been a whole bunch of times. This is, I just had a reoccurrence, so I'm fighting that strongly and happily. I'll be honest. This time last year, I was advocating instead of being a patient, but I was still not feeling well. And Aki asked me to be in a group, and that group was about biomarkers. And I went in to help lead it, and they went around the table and asked everybody about their biomarkers, and everybody gave their biomarkers. And they got to mine and asked me. I didn't think they were going to ask me, and I actually had to contact her at home. I had no clue anything about biomarkers. A year in, I just didn't know. So I'm not going to lie, I know my biomarkers now, but that wasn't anything that was ever talked to me. I was never explained about them. I never looked for them, got treatment without knowing anything about it. I guess my oncologist did, but we had no clue.
I think what's important about that is you said this time last year you were advocating and you heard about biomarkers. You may not have known yours, but the resource that you had was the advocacy group. And you didn't just sit on that hopelessness. You then reached out to find out about it. And then you, I'm assuming, pushed your oncologist to get you some information. So you're a resource to yourself as well. You are. Don't ever downplay yourself. I'm not going to allow that. And
Hi, my name is Candy, and I'll just quickly touch on the second question. How satisfied was I regarding my treatment options? Not at all. What the oncologist was proposing, I just didn't see it as an option for me. And so, which led me to what is the role in my biomarker testing, because I knew I had Lynch syndrome. I had already had colon cancer 2 years prior. I had a total colectomy. I had no colon. What was my quality of life going to be if removing my stomach was the only option that was being presented? And so that's when I decided to seek other information, did a lot of research on my own, reached out to some of my networks and other providers that I am connected with in the Lynch syndrome community. And I went for a second opinion, and that second opinion actually suggested that I seek out a third because there were clinical options available at another institution, and he didn't want to really bias me on what, he's like, this is your journey, Candy, this is your decision. And so, knowing that I have Lynch syndrome and my specific variant, just going back to the colon cancer, initially after my colectomy, my first oncologist that I met with was very insistent that I decide on what chemotherapy options I was going to pursue. And again, just from my research and advocating for myself, knowing that chemotherapy for people with Lynch syndrome isn't always necessarily the best treatment, and what other options might be available. So, learning about immunotherapy from the beginning was just really important to me, trying to keep myself educated, knowing the options for myself, but then both of our boys, unfortunately, inherited the Lynch syndrome mutation as well. So trying to be the best advocate I can for them.
thank you for sharing. And I heard you say you already have access to great resources, but if ever you need access to more Lynch syndrome patient resources, let me know, because I know a lot of advocacy groups that are working towards that as well, of course.
Hi, so for me, I guess I'm very different from most people in this room. I didn't test positive for any genetic biomarker testing except for BRCA, which makes you positive for breast or ovarian. I had already had breast cancer in 2001 at 34 and had chemo, radiation, and mastectomy, and then chose to have a prophylactic oophorectomy, had my ovaries and everything removed to prevent getting the ovarian cancer from being, genetically predisposed to it from the BRCA. Nothing in my testing, I don't even know if in 2001 they had a lot of the genetic sequencing testing that's available today. I think it's very different and much more advanced. And then I wound up with a rare pseudomyxoma peritoni, which most doctors that I went to during my clinical journey were like, I never heard of that, or what is that? That the doctor would ask me, PMP, which, to simplify it, I just tell people I had appendix cancer because, it's just too much to say to the average person. They look at you like, what is that? Like, that's why I was impressed with the ribbon and said, yes, it is a thing. Yes, it very much is a thing. But, so had been dealing with that cancer since 2015, diagnosed at stage 4 in 2022, after over a month-long stay in Emory, which even by my doctor's account, they did not expect me to make it out of. Just to last year be diagnosed with gastric cancer, and not a metastasis of the cancer I already had, a true gastric cancer. But yet I have nothing that has showed up in sequencing and biomarkers that connects any of these diseases. So like I said, I think I'm kind of an anomaly in that respect.
I'm thanking you for your story, and I do think that you think you're an anomaly, and somebody out there thinks they're an anomaly too, and they could really appreciate hearing from you. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Keep fighting, girl.
Tell her. Tell her. And you want to tell the crowd where you're from?
New Jersey.
That's right. That's right. So I take it there's no other Jersey residents here. Okay, it's okay. We're enough for the whole room. I'm going to move on to the next section. Is there any final thoughts on either of these questions, education or biomarker testing? Which I know we could talk all day about biomarker testing. So. Okay. All right, this is one of my favorite topics, patient journeys, right? So what are some of the unmet needs or gaps in care that you experienced or observed as a gastric cancer patient? And I would also appreciate hearing from the caregivers and the family's perspective. What did you notice? Because sometimes when you're in the thick of a diagnosis, you may not also be fully thinking about other things. So, all right.
My nutrition counseling sucked. And it was, after my gastrectomy, I saw the nutritionist twice and then saw them as an outpatient. And it was like, go and try it out. And so I had to rely on my mom, who's an aggressive feeder and an aggressive experimenter with food. Very aggressive with food. And my sisters and my friends, my colleagues at work, and just to figure things out on my own about what will work and what would not work. But, I think handing a pamphlet to people and saying, like, this is what you're supposed to do and not to do, versus sitting down and actually figuring out what are the foods that you like to eat. How can we tailor that to the new norm that you have, the new body that you have, what's working and what's not working, and just really being more precise and tailoring it to the individual is so much more helpful than that generic handout that I got. And so I'm very unsatisfied from that, and I'm trying to figure out what I can do to make it better for other people.
That's a really good one. And I did see there's a nutrition booklet out on the table, and I'm sure you all already know, so hopefully you get some ideas there. But also, my mother's very aggressive. So if you are looking for some West African-inspired, healthier options, let's chat. Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Priscilla. Something that I feel back home in Kansas City that we really locked on was going into the surgery, going into gastrectomy. I wasn't mentally prepared for this. Like, as in, so yes, I was ready. I mean, I was like, yeah, let's do this. Yeah, But coming out of it, looking at that person in the mirror, not recognizing who she was anymore was really detrimental for me. It didn't start hitting until like maybe a year after, and it really sunk in because I kind of saw my body kind of dwindle away, and I was thicker. I was like, what's going on? Like, I can't gain weight. I can't. What am I doing? I'm trying, and I'm always nauseated, and that was very, 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 very hard for me. And what I'm trying to do now, I've back home, I met with the director of like our support systems for our hospital and put a whole letter together and called for a meeting, and she gave it to me. And I'm trying to bring the support system back because at one time it was there. We had called something called Turning Point. So it was a bunch of resources for cancer patients, and you name it, they had it. But one thing I noticed was what's going on with gastrectomies, and then in 2019, before the pandemic, or 2020, that all got taken away because of the pandemic. And the doctor left the hospital and never returned, or, the program for specifically gastrectomy patients, they forgot about us. And I'm like, no, what do we got to do to bring it back? So that's where I'm at now, 6 years later. So it took a lot for me to see, what are we missing? I want these patients to not feel alone, to have the resources, not just physically, but mentally, so that they're better prepared for what happens after a gastrectomy, because we all know every patient's different.
Oh, thank you, Priscilla. Thank you so much.
So some of y'all know my journey, and I'm not gonna lie, when I first got diagnosed the first time, I was told I had the CDH1, and from that point forward, I wasn't involved with Hope, so I didn't really know anything what to do whatsoever. And so my gap was just right in the beginning. And I think that there's people that get diagnosed, and if you don't find something like Hope or anything like that, and you don't have any other people around, they just sit down and they perish. A lot of people don't go in searching, even get to the point where we're at. So I think that there's a disparity just right in the beginning as well. The community that I live in the area I live in, there's like a lot of Amish and people in that area. So my father just got diagnosed with pancreatic cancer a couple weeks ago. And he's like, I'm good, it's curable, and that's it. He's not doing anything else. His real father's Amish. He wasn't raised that way, but he has a little bit of like that natural stuff, and so he thinks this is natural. This is what my story is. This is what's going to happen. And he would never do anything like this, or now if he ran into it online or ran into our group or a group like it, I think that he would. But if he doesn't get that bridge or that gap, I don't think there's much he would do. So I think just continuing to do stuff like this is very important.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. All right, our next question is, what is something you want industry representatives, John and I, to know about the gastric cancer patient journey? And I'm fortunate enough I think I've been here since the first iteration of this, so I really appreciate the opportunity to come back, but I learn something each and every time. So please let us know, what is something that you wish we could take back as an industry representative? And although we're here from BMS, industry partners talk to industry partners, so let's just assume we're talking to the industry as a whole. So would anyone like to share?
Hi, it's Candy again. I'll just share real quickly. For people with Lynch syndrome, gastric cancer is a very small percentage. It's like 1 to 2, maybe 3% who might get diagnosed for people who have the Lynch syndrome diagnosis. And you are constantly hearing about high incidences of colorectal cancer or uterine cancer. Stomach cancer wasn't even on our radar. No one talks about it. And so just with speaking to providers, and I was the one that was asking for help because of some problems that I was having, just being aware that I can be a 1%er, and, and that matters too, I guess.
Thank you, Candy. And I just want to really quickly take a step back, because I don't want to assume everyone understands what a patient advocacy person does from an industry perspective. I know when you think of pharmaceutical industry, you might think of the people who sell the drugs or the people who make the drugs, but there are us who are the people who enforce and re-enhance the pipeline, or the clinicalization and the commercialization of the drug. And what that means is we pressure test what the industry, what the scientists are saying, and what the commercialization and the market access team and the policy team is saying, and we take the patient feedback back in. So I sit in the HCP meetings, the ONC meetings, the pharmacist meetings, anybody in your care team, the nurses, and I listen to what they say is going on, but then I also share what I hear is going on. Sometimes it may not be the same from a geographical standpoint. I understand we have health disparities. I am no naive person to that. But it is really important that I hear so that I can also share. And in another way, too, is we amplify the voices. For example, we have a pathologist biomarker meeting this month in Texas. I reached out to Aki and I said, they've never, ever heard from patients, the pathologists. They never get to see patients. I need patients to bring in front of them. They're testing the biomarkers. They're in the labs all day. They say they don't even know where it goes afterwards. So they would love to hear from patients. And that is one of the fortunate things that I'm able to do, is hear that there's a pathology meeting with all the pathologists in America coming together, and I would like to have patients speak to them. So I really appreciate the opportunity, but just to show we work in service to the patient community. We work for the industry, but we work in service to you all. So is there anyone else who... No, I don't need a clap. Thank you.
It's me again. I think we all know how rare our diseases are, but we need you guys, because things like this don't happen without sponsors, and you guys provide sponsorship dollars, and it's really important, which sort of helps all these things happen. So it's a really symbiotic relationship, and we are all benefiting from your participation. So we need you to keep participating. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Cora.
Yes. What would you like me to speak about?
I would like you to tell us what are some of the gaps you, as I know you to be involved with multiple industry groups, multiple patient advocacy groups. And 2 years ago, you helped me gather insights on PD-L1 testing for the ODAC. So I would love for you to share how some of this resources that you've come in contact with and what you would like to see more from your industry partner.
Okay. So it's actually kind of funny, because as I was sitting here, I always, there's one section of pathology and an oncology note that I always go back to. And when you were speaking earlier and you posed the question, I pulled it up, because as many times as I've read it, I still have to read it again to get it to sink in. And the thing that sticks out to me when I was getting ready for ODAC was... as a patient going into that, I didn't know how important it was to know your biomarker. And then I left there with such a greater awareness after hearing doctors speak and decisions being made by the FDA that day as to, and they were making decisions that were driving my treatment and the treatment of fellow patients. And, I initially was not eligible for immunotherapy, and then after they went back and did some retesting, I became eligible, and they determined I was HER2 positive. But my PD-L1 score was a 5. For some, that's low. For some, that's high, depending on the case. But I really, at ODAC, it was eye-opening to me, and it's really what catapulted my drive to get involved and to help create awareness and to get stories out there, because I heard, and I know that it was not with ill intent, but there was a doctor that spoke at that FDA, and he was speaking specifically about he would never treat a patient that had a PD-L1 or a PD-L1 score less than 10. And I remember thinking to myself in that moment, thank God he's not my doctor. And it's not meant to, be a jab at any doctors. My medical team has been beyond fabulous, and I appreciate how aggressive, but I felt so pained in that moment for the potential patients that had opportunities that they might have just been in that gray area, and had somebody just taken that chance on them, they may still be here, or their outcome might be different. So that's really what catapulted me into seeing how I can get involved and how I can use my patient voice to educate others. So is that good?
And I thank you 10,000 times for going through that ODAC. I know it wasn't easy. I know the doctor you're referring to, but it was important, because imagine if there were no patients, so. Oh, what did you guys ooh for? We weren't jabbing at the doctor. We weren't jabbing,
It was eye-opening. I was not prepared for that. I had no idea that I was going to hear a doctor say that and then realize that. And that's when I knew the patient voice really needed to be elevated.
Absolutely. The patient voice is very important. The patient journey is very important. And now I want to talk a little bit about care team dynamics, which is really beautiful to see, because there's so many people supported here by loved ones. And like I said, there are people that don't necessarily have loved ones to do so. So this is a really wonderful opportunity. So for the care team, and I think there are a couple of you in here. So how have you had to advocate for yourself with your care team, and what were the main challenges or barriers that you encountered? So this is a question to the patient about the care team, right? And it could include the people around you, and it could include the care team, like your doctors, your nurses, everybody around. But in this instance, Aki, forgive me if you can see me, if you can't see me. I'm going to talk specifically about the care team, about like family and friends, that inner circle of care team. Because something that John and I are doing is also trying to specifically support caregivers. There's so much work for the patient, but some of us know how much work the caregiver does and how little recognition they receive. So I would love to hear how you, as a caregiver, advocate on behalf of yourself and for your patient, your loved one, and for the patient, how do you want your caregiver to advocate for themselves? So I know there are some people here with family members. I can go to you directly. Okay.
Well, you can look at us and kind of tell we're not family members, but she is like, has become like a family member. And like Cecil and her sister said earlier, sometimes you can get so close to something that you can't see because you have this tunnel vision. And it's so important for me anyway, to have had Peggy there by my side, who could advocate for me when I couldn't advocate, or call and say, hey, did you eat today? Or, isn't your scan on Friday? Or to help keep things in order and in perspective and support you at the same time. I mean, it's unfortunate that everybody doesn't have somebody or have a Peggy or who, can be that extra set of eyes or that extra set of ears or that transportation to give another caregiver a break. And in saying all of this, I also don't want to dismiss my husband, the spouses who are, I already know, represented in this room, but the spouses who have to live with it day to day. And I definitely could not have made it without my husband, who's the most non-medical person you could ever meet. If it doesn't relate to an engine, he can't understand it. So I have to translate it into mechanic talk for him to understand what I'm talking about. But because they're thrust into it. And many times as lay people, they have no idea. The doctors sometimes can talk over their heads, and they have no idea, and they don't want to ask questions because then they seem like they're not educated or whatever the case may be. And so those spouses that are thrust into the role as caregiver, and then now you have to take on the role of still running the house, as like my husband right now, I've been out of work for a long time, and going from a two-income professional, income, we're never going to be rich, but, middle American household to go into a one-income household is a huge, huge difference. And to have to, they have to deal with that. They have to deal with running a house. They have to deal with the finances. They're trying to keep up with making sure they support you for your doctor's appointment and support you emotionally. I do think there needs to be more incentive programs for our caregivers and how much they do. And like you said, the unrecognized heroes behind us, because they are the ones that keep us up. And I know my husband, like I've seen him go into a room and cry when he thought I wasn't paying attention. So I know it affects him just like it affects us, but just differently. And they want to be strong for you, so they don't want to see the weakness in them, because they want you to be supported. So I'm sorry, I know it took a long time, but that's my goal, is to see some incentive programs for the caregivers, because they are what keeps us going.
Thank you for sharing. Shout out to your husband and to everybody who has a Peggy, and to Peggy herself. Wonderful. Thank you, Peggy.
I would just like to add on, as a caregiver to my daughter, she was 26. I had to ask her permission who she wants the information given to. Like my sister was a very big help to me. So even if she's in the East Coast, when we do testing and the results are going to be given to us, I have included her in my daughter's HIPAA. So whoever you would like to be your crutch or your leg, put their names in it, whether it's family or friend, because the first thing the doctor would say is, did she sign a HIPAA? Is she included in her HIPAA? So that's one thing that, as a nurse, that was important to us on every patient who comes in admission. Who do you want to share the information? My husband, there are couples who do not want to have their information given to husbands. Like after a procedure, the doctor would say, who's in the waiting room for you? And they say, my husband. And the doctor would ask, do you want me to tell your husband the result? I mean, you'd be shocked. Some wives like, no. So those are the important things. As a caregiver, you want to share information so that they can help you. Put them on your HIPAA.
Hi. I think we should not forget teens and young adults, because they're not children, but they're not also adults yet. So the problem we had with Katrina was that she saw herself still as a child being cared for by, adults. But she wants to be on her own. She wants to enjoy whatever normalcy she can at that stage in her life. And I think we don't have any advocacy as much nationally or anything for teen and young adults, because they have different problems. They want, like, how can I color my hair? Things like that. So I think we should cater to their needs, to what their dreams are, no matter how short their life will be, because it's very, very important. They're grasping on straws right now. Like, they see people who are married, who had careers, but they're into that cusp where I'm no longer a child. I don't want to make, I don't want to get directions from anyone, because I want to do things on my own. But at the same time, some things are not very logical. And, we fought because with Dr. Klempner, she didn't want Dr. Klempner to know that she's not eating. I said, you're not eating. You have to have TPN. And we had a big, big fight over it. And she never forgave me until to the very end, because she got so mad because she didn't want to have, as a teenager, you didn't want to have all the TPN in you, and she didn't want any tubes on the stomach or anything. But she couldn't do anything up until an accident happened when the esophagus, yeah. So.
Thank you. And I know you said that you're looking for some resources for the adolescent, young adult community. I'm happy to share some afterwards if you'd like. I know that there are at least 2 advocacy groups, so I'm happy to share that information as well, of course. Fun fact, it's Pisces season.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to say something about the caregivers and how important they are. My wife couldn't be here, but she wishes she could be here, so this is about her. But if it wasn't for my wife being my caregiver, I absolutely would not be here today, even though I just started this journey a year ago. Even in this 1-year journey, there was couple times that I just gave up. And without her, it wouldn't have happened. I would have just gave up. But she specifically, I remember I was being a poopy pants in my bed, just like all bummed out and just like, man, I'm giving up. I'm done with this nausea and everything. And I was just so like done with it. And she came in and she put a sign by the bed and it said, "Fight for those of us that love you." And it was pictures and it's still there and I see it every day. So without her, hopefully this gets me some brownie points, but I would not be here. Absolutely. So the caregivers are so important.
Is your wife watching?
I hope so. I hope she.
We'll just shout her name now.
Cara, I love you.
Yeah, of course.
So it's me again. So I have heard a couple of different people in here talk about the support of their male caregivers. I just wanted to note, because I totally forgot to yesterday during lunch, that the Man Up to Cancer group is also male caregivers. So if your husband or your boyfriend is struggling with his role in your cancer journey, he can certainly sign up to Man Up to Cancer. We do have caregivers in our group as well. So we are a peer-to-peer support group, so we can get one-on-one support. And so I just wanted to mention that is open to you guys as well, that are caregivers here. And if you want to take home a little postcard for your caregiver to give to them, they can explore it a little bit further. Thank you.
Yeah, let's applaud for the men in our lives. No disrespect to the women, but to the men in our lives and what it takes to be there. And I'm fortunate enough to be in this position, and I tell you, the advocacy community is majority female. So it's very, very important and lovely to hear and to know that there is a space for men to also convene. And forgive me if I'm saying it wrong, but it's the Wolf Retreat?
It is called the Gathering of Wolves.
The Gathering of Wolves.
There you go.
Yep.
It is a once-a-year retreat that we do hold in the Poconos, but we have monthly chapter meetups. Different states will do a little mini gathering once a month at a local pub or restaurant and converse there a little bit. We also do Zoom meetings on peer-to-peer support groups and those kind of things as well. So once a year, really large gathering, 3 days of fun out in the wilderness of Pennsylvania, and but a lot more than just that. So I encourage you to go QR code, look at some information over there, and hit me up, and I got all kinds of information as well. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Of course. And please tell Trevor I said.
I certainly will.
Tell him I said RAR specifically. Yeah. Howl. But no, because one time I told him RAR, and he said, "What is that?" And I said, "That's my wolf sound." And he said, That sounds like, that doesn't sound like a wolf, so yes. RAR. All right, so you guys, so our next question is, how do you communicate with your healthcare team, and what are your expectations from them? And I will tell you, I don't fortunately have any of our medical cousins from BMS in this meeting right now, but like I said, we work very closely. We sit in a lot of the medical meetings. We meet with the medical providers. We help them when they're having meetings like the pathology meeting and they want patients. So let us know how we can help bridge any of the gap for you, or to help support your shared decision-making conversations between you and your medical providers. So what do you want to say? How do you want to say it to them? What are some resources that will help you better communicate with your medical team. Down up, down up, down up, down up, down up. Jaws theme.
Hey, so one thing that some people might go through is you will ask for a specific test or what have you, and one of the best things that a doctor could say is like, look, I don't normally do that, but for you, I don't have any problem ordering that specific test. So it could be, a Claudin 18.2 test. It could be Signatera, what have you. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Sorry for the ambush. Anyone else? Oh, you guys don't want the doctors to hear you. I'm coming right back to you, Kim.
No, I just wanted to say how, as difficult as this journey has been, it's made me a better physician. Because even when it came to communication, despite understanding the medical language, I could not understand what my oncologist was saying because of the emotions. And so I had to filter a lot of things through my best friend, who's also a physician, and say, you look it up. You come and you write down the questions for me and all of that, because I just can't understand, because it's like my knowledge was gone out the window. And I just also wanted to say that I'm so blessed to join this. I just found out about Hope for Stomach Cancer just a few weeks ago. And I found out about the summit a week ago, and this has been such a blessing for me to hear all of your stories and journeys. And I have hope, and I hope everybody's walking away with hope. And I'm just so energized by all of you, and I'll be keeping everyone in my prayers as well.
All right, Kim.
So as a patient, and I don't know if anybody else has had this experience, but I find it to be very frustrating. Obviously, I know there's many complexities with medical conditions, but I think sometimes after you've been through treatment or surgeries like many of us have, the 200-character limit that they give us when we message our doctors through the portal just does not work. And I understand, and I have been forced to become more concise in my messaging, but then I'm not getting all of the information. And then what I get back from the doctor is actually, I know is wrong, because I know that most of my message was lost. I love my surgeon. All I have to write is, call me. And it's like, it's a done deal. I usually hear from him within 12 to 24 hours. But that is very hard, and I don't know if that, I want to respect their time, but I feel like almost some additional time is lost because we have to go back and forth. So if anybody can ever solve that problem, that would be fantastic. Yeah, I guess so. That's a good point. Okay, I'll have to try that. I never would have thought. Okay, all right. Well, yeah, the reports. I've done that. Yeah. All right. That's a good idea. Oh, I'm glad I said something. Thank you.
With us and all of us. But this was not a plug for ChatGPT, just to be clear. I know, this is not a paid sponsorship for ChatGPT.
Hi, I'm Kendall. I have stage 4, and I'm doing current treatment. I just wanted to share that our voice matters. I wanted to get a second opinion, but I was worried that my oncologist would be offended if I wanted to get a second opinion. But I decided, you know what? This is important to me. I need to get a second opinion. And when I talked to my oncologist, she was totally supportive of it. So I realized, you know what, I need to do what's best for me. And so I did get the second opinion. The other thing I want to share is it's okay to disagree with your oncologist. I decided the second opinion wanted me to do radiation on my lymph node. And when I went back to my oncologist, she just said, well, I don't think it's really going to make a difference. You already have stage 4. It's already spread. And I just said, you know what? This is important to me. I want to do the radiation. And she said, okay, that's fine. But my voice matters. And I think that as a patient, it's important for us to make sure our voice matters. Our oncologists, they're smart. Their voice matters too, but I think we have to do what's best for us. And so making sure our voice matters and we do what's best for us. At the bottom line, that we've done everything that we can for our treatment. So that's really what I wanted to share.
Yes. Oh, go ahead.
I just want to say I'm also an advocate for my husband who has a different type of cancer. He has head and neck. And he has told many, many people, if you could have somebody there that can talk for you, it's extremely helpful. He said he wouldn't be here today if I wasn't with him. Because being a man, all muscular and, I'm not going to say much, And being there, it has helped him to realize how supportive people can be for them. And I feel terrible for the people and patients that doesn't have someone to advocate for them. And if you have a spouse that abandons you when you're diagnosed, they need somebody. And if there can be a place for people that can come and advocate for them, it would be so helpful. A group that understands everybody, what they're going through. So I just want to give it out to the people that advocate for their patients.
Thank you. You guys heard Peggy say muscular for her husband, right?
I'm 110 pounds right now.
One thing I also wanted to add, when you're going to the oncologist, I found this to be extremely helpful for me. I'm sorry, I'm Joan. I was stage 1B in 2000, finished my treatments in 2020, finished my treatments in 2021. One thing I found extremely helpful is you can feel so overwhelmed when you're going to the oncologist. So what I used to do was write down all my questions. That way I wouldn't forget anything, because the first 2 times I was so overwhelmed. When I left, I was like, I should have asked. So what I always did is I write down the questions throughout the week. Whatever I thought about, write it down so that when I went to the oncologist, I was able to. And I did it with the surgeon too, till he said, give me your book, let me look at all these questions. But he was so cool about it. But it helps you to remember what's important so that when you leave, you're not, man, I should have said this or I should have asked this. Because it's really hard, like you say on that My Chart. And they usually say, okay, we'll respond. And sometimes they don't respond. So having those questions, there helps a whole lot.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Emmy. I just wanted to bring up the possibility that you can also push your care team, your medical care team, to do treatments that they don't currently do yet. Some of you know the story of my late husband, Tay, who he was treated at City of Hope. He had stage 4 with peritoneal metastasis. He wanted to get serial HIPEC. And some of you know this, but serial HIPEC is HIPEC surgery without cytoreductive. It's every 6 months, about every 6 weeks doing HIPEC. It was not being done at City of Hope. Tay knew it was being done in Asia and Singapore, and he was connected to doctors in Singapore that were doing it. Dr. Wu was saying, I really want to do it, but the oncologists at City of Hope, they don't want to let me do it. Tay basically persuaded his oncologist he had him talk to the doctors in Singapore. He did this big kind of just push to, persuade his doctor to let Dr. Wu do serial HIPEC on him. So Tay and he succeeded. And so in 2020, it was 2020. Tay was the first gastric cancer. Also, the other thing is that this surgery is being done for other cancers at City of Hope, just not for gastric cancer. So ovarian, colorectal cancers, they were doing it, but for gastric cancer, it was just not being done. And he persuaded his care team, he persuaded his oncologist, Dr. Chow at the time, to let Dr. Wu do it. And now you guys, the ones that have gone to prior, the last summit, Dr. Wu did this whole presentation talking about it because she's doing it for patients all over the country. Now people are flying all over the country to go to her to have this surgery now. And so, one person can make a difference to open up treatments for the rest of the country to have, and so, you can make a difference. You can push to get treatments that are happening elsewhere. And, if your care team is receptive to it, you can persuade them to change their minds and think outside the box. And so I just wanted to share that story because maybe it'll help someone. So.
Hi, I'm Christy. I was a caregiver to my husband who passed in October. And I just wanted to pile onto that and say, had Tay not pushed for that, Greg would not have had that treatment. So Dr. Wu suggested it for him because she had been using it. So thank you. I had him longer because of that.
Thank you. I know. This is why these meetings are important. I think this is our last, I'm pretty sure it's our last section. You may be tired of speaking, so I want to respect, give you some time to relax, because I'm here also if you want to just say these things to me directly. But if you are willing to share anything on what do you want to see from industry to continue to support gastric cancer patients, and or is there anything new you would like to see us do?
I would just say the information that you're just sharing, like you just mentioned that there are resources for Lynch syndrome. Like, how do we find out what is available for us? I think just getting those resources out there, I think is just really important. I mean, even just being here, I talked to one of the doctors yesterday, and I'm on 5FU, and I do the 46 hours. So I'm hooked up on Wednesday, and I have to take home chemo for 46 hours. And I've been doing that for 2.5 years. And one of them mentioned, oh, you should just do the pill form. That's super easy. I'm like, why didn't my oncologist ever tell me that? I'll take a pill instead of hauling around the bag, So finding out these resources would be really helpful, so that would be great.
And so to the first part of that information, I think I've said this before, but I'm really privileged because I get to interact with dozens of different patient communities. So I get to hear people share their resources, and then I get to kind of share it back out amongst the places that I go. But I will say that one thing I like to make myself available for is whenever anyone, I may not be the person you're looking for, I may not be the thing that you're looking for, I may not know it, but I will try to find someone who does know it and connect the request. So I have been reached out to before about biomarkers. I'm not a medical expert, but I know people who are handling biomarker education, so I'll try to pass you on. I try to stay connected to Aki and her team always to share resources. So I would say if there's ever anything that you want from any of your industry representatives, BMS or not, speaking through the patient advocacy lead that they have there, and then I think they'll do their best to try to connect you, even if it's to other advocacy groups, to different medical institutions, to research institutions, to resources. I have, for example, some conversation topics that John and I worked on to help patients talk to their doctors about subcutaneous administration, which would be the sub-Q injection form of getting your immunotherapy. So you don't have to be getting an IV for 30 minutes. You don't have to go in. You might be able to just get the injection in 3 to 5 minutes and go home. Or you might be able to get it in earlier places. But these are the things that sometimes we have the resources for, and we try to get it out, but we only get it out through the collaboration and partnership. So if there's anything you need, you could go through Aki, or you can go directly to me too if you'd like. Yeah, of course. Anybody else? I saw that. That's why I did the little double take back at me. I saw.
I just want to talk about clinical trials again. I brought it up as a question in the other meeting, but I just feel like with gastric cancer, it's a big unmet need. Tay's oncologist at City of Hope happened to have a lot of clinical trials himself and was well connected with UCLA and other medical centers in the area that did a lot of clinical trials. But when I talk to other people, if their doctors are not kind of in that circle, they don't know about them. And to be honest, going to clinicaltrials.gov for the average person is really hard to navigate and really hard to understand. So I don't know. I that's just an issue I feel like we have with gastric cancer and clinical trials. So especially because we only have 3 or 4 lines of standard of care chemo, and a lot, Tay went through all of those within a year and a half, and then he was out of options. And if he happened to get on the CAR T clinical trial at UCSD, and that gave him another year. If he wasn't able to get on that, he had no other options through standard of care. So he absolutely needed a clinical trial to get on. And he happened to have access and connections and, his oncologist and everything. The CAR T one, actually, he happened to find out from just the stomach cancer community. But for others, they're really hard to access or find out about. And so I think that's a big unmet need.
Clinical trial awareness and information spreading, I understand, to be very complex. And I know clinicaltrials.gov can be very complicated. I think something that I've experienced is that advocacy groups tend to have the most resources about clinical trials, and the individuals within the advocacy groups. Now, from the standpoint of research perspective, I do know that Bristol Myers Squibb and BioNTech are starting a gastric cancer trial called Rosetta Gastric 203. I think it's actively recruiting now. Happy to share information for anybody that's interested, but the point stands, having these conversations within advocacy groups, unfortunately still checking clinicaltrials.gov, because that is going to be the place from a U.S. regulatory standpoint to be able to share clinical trials. And then just having the conversations with people, because you never know who knows what. So hopefully we'll get that fixed out. But I do know clinical trials can be quite complicated. I was coming over there because I feel like I felt a whisper happening. So I'm going to continue that trek. Yes, the teacher is coming. I'm going to continue that trek. Would anyone like to share a point on any of these last 2 questions? Oh, you know what? Didn't you tell me early? You sure? You want to go back to it? I don't want your voice to be not heard. What was the question? Okay, let's go back. Yeah, we're going to go back real quick.
Just what I've realized I experienced in the last month or so, well, I guess I could say the last 3 months. I'm born and raised right here in Washington, D.C., but recently I moved to Texas to be with my daughter because she was having twins. And I realized, of course, everybody is here. All my friends, all my children, everyone is here. So I had all the support, the caregiver needs, and, all of that here. But I realized being there with her in Texas, first prior to her having a baby, she was 9 months pregnant. So when it was time to, get situated, I started my treatment just recently at MD Anderson. And I realized starting my treatment there, getting to my appointments, I had to take myself because, of course, she's 9 months pregnant. Then she had the babies, and I'm like, dang, I got to take myself to my appointments. I wasn't used to that because I always had somebody to take me to my appointments. And then once she had the babies, I was just starting my chemo. And so she always would say, well, I'll put you in an Uber, but it's just still not the same of having that support with you. And so here I am sitting in a bed at MD Anderson, and they always ask you, do you have anybody out here waiting for you or with you? And I'm just like, no. And because I didn't, because now my daughter and I had the twins, and I'm here all alone by myself, and I have no one here to help me and support me. And then I got hospitalized 3 times being in Texas just in the last 3 months. And being there, I was lonely. I've realized, again, I have no one here to support me, to hold my hand. I mean, of course, I talk to everyone on the phone, but just that support, that one-on-one, just someone being there to touch you and just to be your caregiver. I've realized just in this last 3 months that all my help is here. And I supposed to stay there to June with July, to the 4th of July, because all my kids was coming up. We were going to have a little family reunion and everything. And just coming back home here, I realized that I may not want to go back. And I just established this relationship with MD Anderson, just started my first chemo, ready for the next one next week. And I'm like, I don't know if I want to go back because I have no one. And then when I had to go back and get the pump off, I was so exhausted. I had to drive myself again because she got the twins and a toddler. And I had to drive myself to go get my pump off and drive myself back. I was so exhausted. And then when I came home, when I was on my way home and I got in the car to drive, and it's like a 30-minute drive, I got in the car and I was like, I text her, I say, it's nothing I could do to help you when I get home. I am so exhausted. When I get home, all I could do is go upstairs and go to bed. And so it's just, I understand the importance of having a caregiver to be right there by your side, even if they're just sitting in a chair and just watching you while you sleep. It's just so important because I felt lonely. The last time I was hospitalized, which was last week, I got so sick that I couldn't even put on my own clothes. I had no one to help me. And I had to call her up from downstairs to upstairs, because I'm upstairs, to ask her to help me put on my clothes so I could get to the hospital. My blood pressure, they did 4 readings on me. They couldn't even get a blood pressure on me. My heart rate was over 175. My blood pressure was so low. And I'm in the hospital. I'm just like, if I couldn't get to the hospital. She was like, I could put you in a car because I got all the babies. And I'm just like, I couldn't even walk to an Uber car to get in a car. I was just that close of passing out. So having a caregiver is so important. And I'm so thankful for all my family, my village, and everything that's here and here in D.C. itself. And so I just been praying about it, just really thinking, is it even a good choice for me to go back to Texas? Because I'm always going to be by myself, because it's always going to be, she got the kids and she can't help me. Like, I would want her to help me. So I've been really thinking about it and just going to pray about it. And before I go back, or I'll be back really sooner, like maybe the next time after I do this next treatment or something like that. But I don't think it's a good idea for me to be there because I've never been hospitalized here. I've been sick. I had my sick moments, but since my treatment started in January 2023, I have never been hospitalized besides my partial gastrectomy. But 3 times in 3 months, I don't know if my mind, the drastic change just did something to me, or if I would have got sick here. I just really don't know that. But I just wanted to share that. That's what I wanted to share.
I see. Now, with all due respect, I know somebody knows somebody in Texas.
Well, I had Joan. I do know Joan.
Joan, I think there's a need for Texas care support, some caregiver support, something going on, and I'm happy to also check the other resources I know from the Texas state and see other advocacy groups that have care teams there. I know of some health equity resources that include transportation to and from the appointments.
That's what I've been looking for when I was there, but everybody was saying you had to have a Medicaid, to get the transportation. We have been looking for transportation. When I first got there, that was the main thing, so I could get back and forth. So I wouldn't have to drive myself, knowing that she wouldn't be in the condition to drive me and take me to my appointments.
Okay. Afterwards, I'm going to check the resource that I know. It's ran by a nonprofit, and I'll give the information to Aki to give to you, okay? Okay. Thank you for sharing. No, of course. Of course. Again, I'm never going to downplay the importance of Sharon. Essie is in need. We hear it. And she's, even in her need, still supporting her daughter and her daughter's children. And that's I'm the eldest of 10. I understand what it means to be everybody's support. And I know. I know. I know. My youngest sibling is 2 years old. I know. But I understand the importance of being everybody's support. But you can't forget that you need support, too. You never forget that. And we will find you some support. And I know we went back, and I feel like we got enough feedback here, but if I'm wrong, come to me directly or come to John directly. But I want to wrap us up because I want to thank you for all the time you gave to not only me, but to each other in this room during this discussion. I want to thank you for your voices. I want to thank you for your thoughts. I want to thank you for your tears, for your emotions, for your support, for all the energy you gave. I know it's not easy. I don't have to be you to know that it's not easy, but I know you're trying. And I know that you're here for each other, and you're showing up for yourselves, and you're probably showing up for a dozen more people that I don't even know about. So please give each and every one of you a round of applause for everything you're doing. You absolutely deserve it. No, thank you, thank you. So I am going to wrap my time up here today. Thank you for allowing me to be amongst you all. I'll still be here for the rest of the day if you want to chat. And have a great rest of your day here today and your safe travels back. And if you come on back to the DMV, I can show you some good go-go music, some good food, you know. If you ever want to go to Jersey, I can show you some of that too. Thank you guys so much and have a great rest of your day.
Concludes our Patient Empowerment Summit, both in person and online. Thank you again to all of our speakers and sponsors who joined us this week. We hope you have met new people, learned something new, and have the power to tell your story. Before we begin our advocacy afternoon, we will now play a quick recap video.
Surgery was not an option for me. I went through 30 rounds of chemo. I just completed 112 rounds of immunotherapy. I was diagnosed with stage 4 stomach cancer. It spread to my liver. My lymph nodes is here to spread the word that there is hope.
I've learned so much and have been able to advocate for myself and seek out different opinions that I know saved my life. I wouldn't be standing here today if it wasn't for the stomach cancer community.
Coming here and participating in the events is giving me so much support. Right now, my doctor is kind of at a crossroads. I think he's trying to figure out what's the best course of action, but I plan on bringing the information that I've learned over the past week back to him and tell him this is what we need to do.
This is my second year. I'm very grateful to be here with people who are going through the same struggle, but also looking for answers, looking for opportunity, but being in a community where there's like-minded people, but there's a touch of compassion and meaning behind what everybody's doing here. And I'm very grateful for the organization and what they've been doing. And just continue every year to like bring it up one more level.
The family that you build through this community and the wonderful information that we get each time. It's always different, new experts and new friends with new stories.
When they're up there and they're talking just for like, even if it's like just 2 minutes, it's hard to describe, but it just makes you feel good all over. And not to get all mushy or anything like that, it just makes you know that they went through and they feel strong and they're standing up there and they're giving you a story and everything. It does something to you. It makes you feel better.
Thank you again for joining us. We will begin our advocacy day next in the Empowerment Theater, which also includes a new live stream.